This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Ms. Cons,
Here.
Mr. LaValle,
Here.
Mr. Salt,
Here.
Mr. Temby.
Here.
If everybody would please stand, I'm going to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Matson, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board was notified of these.
Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Are there any items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Ms. Cons,
Aye.
Mr. LaValle,
Aye.
Mr. Salt,
Aye.
Mr. Temby.
Aye.
I have the board quote. I guess it's right here. When I saw this, I said, I have to do this one. Upon the subject of education, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people may be engaged in. That is why I think all of us do this. We get kudos, we get a lot of slams, but we do it because education is so crucial and so vital. And I know that everybody up here has the best interests of our children at heart. And I just appreciate this great quote from Abraham Lincoln. Ms. Cortez, how many people do we have signed up to speak to the board this evening?
I forgot to count the total. It's
51.
more than 50.
That's okay.
More than 50? More than 50.
Very good. The board welcomes public comments. In the interest of respecting the time of all who are present, speakers must have signed up to address the board prior to 4 p.m. and they must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. We also ask speakers to address the board and not others in the room. All speakers will be notified of the remaining time via the mounted monitors behind the dais. When the time has ended, the microphone will turn off. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards who are seated in the hallway outside the boardroom, and they will be delivered to the board secretary. Profanity or any disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. We greatly value all comments from the public. However, the board will not respond this evening. I just want to say, as you know, we have a lot of comments. We're going to be respectful tonight, and you get 3 minutes. If you want to use all 3 minutes, by golly, you can use it. If you don't need all 3 minutes, just in the interest of time, if you would just stop, that would be fine as well. So, without further ado.
We do have 51. You were exactly correct. So our first speaker is Angelica Givler.
Hello, my name is Dr. Angelica Gibler. I am a parent to 2 boys in D20 and a teacher in D11. I am asked why I teach in a different district. The answer is simple. D11 consistently supports their staff more than D20. These new policies you are trying to push through prove this to be true once again. I am here to tell you that as a parent, if my child is denied medical attention, emergency or otherwise, because you cannot get a hold of me, I will not be happy. My children like to do what the nurse often refers to as tricks on the playground. This means that I get a lot of calls about them hitting their heads. I do not need called every time they fall and need a Band-Aid. Their father teaches at the Air Force Academy. As teachers, there could be times that we are harder to reach. One example would be during state testing. My youngest son has a slight blood clotting disorder. If he does not receive care quickly when he starts bleeding, there's a potential that he could bleed for too long and need to go to the hospital. He has always been cleaned up and supplied with a Band-Aid immediately. If this policy were to change and my son was not offered immediate medical attention and ended up in the hospital, it would be child endangerment. This policy actively puts teachers, staff, schools, and the district at risk for legal discourse. If the board chooses to push through a policy that puts children at risk for harm and the employees at risk of legal repercussions, it is clear that the board is not considering the well-being of children or staff. Regarding the 6 of 8, in which teachers will take on additional courses without additional pay, is clearly a tactic to push out teachers. We are still actively in the middle of some of the most challenging years of teaching that we have ever faced. Teachers are already exhausted and burnt out. Over 55% of teachers are considering leaving the profession by the end of this school year, and you are implementing policies that will push more out. With the additional ESSER funds and the money coming in next year with the changes to the BS factor, there is no reason that this school district will not be able to hire additional staff and give significant pay raises to all of their employees. Taxes in D20 are significantly higher, yet D11 pays approximately $10,000 more per year for teachers with better benefits and a clear contract. This is problematic if you are trying to keep quality teachers and staff in your schools. If you are engaged with people trying to dismantle public education, however, you are on a path to losing all of your teachers and staff just as you intend. The board is supposed to do what is best for students. This means providing them with non-emergency medical care when needed. It means treating their teachers and staff with the respect they deserve and paying them fair wages with workloads that will not burn them out. You took the late start Wednesdays from elementary schools this year, and now you are trying to add to the high school's workload. Burning out teachers that students love is not doing what is best for students. I ask that this board votes no on the changes to medical care staff is allowed to provide and the 6 of 8. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jacob Kadali.
Hello. Okay. Good evening. My name is Jacob Kadali, and I am a senior from Pine Creek High School. In my English class freshman year, we began discussing Japanese internment camps for a book we were about to read in class, to which one of my classmates interjected, quote, "I don't see the big deal about it. It's not like we killed them. I mean, it seemed like they had it good." He would later recant his statement about how the 130,000 Japanese Americans whose civil liberties were stripped had it good after reading the book in our freshman lit class. Members of the board, I tell you this because it shows the importance of a school's curriculum, broadening our perspective. But as school boards across the country consider banning books that even mention racism and resent education standards that promote discussion on different communities within America, including ours, how are we supposed to fulfill the duty of broadening students' perspectives? I've continuously heard arguments against a curriculum that dips itself into multiculturalism. Some say it distracts us from doing good in core subjects, but if that were true, school districts like Boulder Valley, who have robust programs discussing race and gender identity, would not be scoring higher in math proficiency and SAT scores than our district. Inclusivity costs us nothing. Others say that discussing topics of LGBT history or African American obstacles focus far too much on our differences, yet fail to realize that a curriculum that only tells the good parts of American history does not change our students' mindset into a colorless society. Ignoring the prevalence of issues does not mean that they are not there. And many people say that a curriculum that promotes discussion on racism and minority perspectives are outright un-American. But I have been taught in my history classes to think in many perspectives, from slave owner to colonizer to monopolizer. How, in God's name, are these perspectives considered American, but the gay or Asian American perspective considered un-American? In early February, you sent out a survey focused on a, quote, sense of belonging, filled with questions about whether or not students felt safe and welcome at school. I can assure you, you don't need a survey for that. I'm a proud product of this district. I have worked hard to strive for academic excellence, but I'm continuously brought down by peers who have not been taught of handling difference. I've been asked whether or not I eat dog 16 times, been bullied for being gay before I even came out of the closet, and I refuse to believe that taking actions against inclusive curriculum helps students. We do not feel welcome, nor do we have a sense of belonging, but maybe, just maybe, we should start to understand how banning books and power washing curriculum to show only the good parts of our history by school boards might make minority students like me feel unwelcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Heather Purdue.
I know I'm not supposed to say this, but you're a very bright, beautiful human being, just so you know. Okay. Hello, school board members and Superintendent Mr. Gregory. Thank you very much for your time and for serving our community. My name is Heather Purdue, and I am here speaking on my behalf and on the behalf of my husband, Aaron. We live here in D20 and are raising 2 kids, an 8-year-old boy and a 15-month-old girl. I'm here to speak about the proposed revision to the policy of treatment of students. I strongly support this and believe that this needs to be codified into official governing policy. Parents are the authority over their students and should absolutely 100% of the time be consulted for all medical decisions. I'm shocked that there have been major political leaders in our nation advise minors to go behind their parents' backs and make big medical decisions without their knowledge. This is an absolute disgrace to families and their role in society. Families need to be stronger. Public government and education should support families and the rights of parents, not try to disintegrate those rights. In order to have strong schools and strong communities, you must have strong families. I'm proud to be a mother in this area, and I'm proud to be a member of this community. I'm raising up 2 young children to be leaders, to love their neighbors, and to serve their community. Thank you for respecting the rights of parents and our role in raising up our children. Thank you again for the time and consideration, and God bless you all.
Point of order, Mr. LaValle. Just a reminder that they need to address the board. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam Heiler.
Hello. Sorry they had to get me from the back of the line. So good to see you guys. And sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I was just listening, well, kind of could hear Heather. I just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging for medical treatment and medical procedures, anything for our kids should have parental consent. And I just really appreciate that and hope that you will vote that through. On another note, I wanted to reach out to Colonel Sullivan. My husband is at the academy, and I just wanted to reach out and see if you would be willing to help us. Graduation this year is being scheduled at the Air Force Academy. The academy is requiring masks, at least at this point, for the graduation. However, our district does not require masks. El Paso County does not require masks. And our district has gone through a ton of stuff about masks. So if you would be willing to work with the academy to allow it be optional for us attending graduation, it's a huge culmination of 12 years, a celebration. And so to have to do that when you can't see all the kids' faces is actually really upsetting. I have a kid who graduated in 2020 without a mask, but in 2022 my other kid might. And I'm just thinking that at the Air Force Academy, they're not going to be interacting with the Air Force population if they're concerned about that. It's just going to be our community in there doing graduation, our community leaving. So thank you for considering. And that's about it. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you taking the time to think about our student and parent rights, and for you guys serving, because I know it's volunteer and it's a ton of hours, and I know it's a lot of stress. So I pray for you guys and thank you.
Our next speaker is Ethan Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Bailey, and I'm a senior at Pine Creek High School. I would like to start with a passage written by the American poet John Greenleaf that comes to mind in our current dilemma. Each crisis brings its word and deed. I agree. We must address the current frenzy of banning public school books that make those in power uncomfortable. In 1929, there is an America in which, because of the color of their skin, nearly 1 in 10 lived lives that were separate and unequal. Most Black Americans were taught in segregated schools. Across the country, Too many could find only poor jobs, toiling for low wages. They were refused entry into hotels and restaurants, made to use separate facilities. In a nation that proclaimed liberty and justice for all, too many were living with neither. In one city, a rule required all blacks to sit in the rear of public buses. But in 1955, when a brave woman named Rosa Parks was told to move to the back of the bus, she said no. A young minister in a local Baptist church, Martin Luther King, then organized a boycott of the bus company, a boycott that stunned the country. Within 6 months, the courts had ruled the segregation of public transportation unconstitutional. Although we have made great strides, traces of bigotry still mar America. Let us not only recall Dr. King today, but let us rededicate ourselves to the commandments he lived by and sought to live every day. Thou shalt love thy God with all thy heart, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I just have to believe that all of us, young and old, Republican and Democrat, do all we can to live up to these commandments, and that we will see the day when Dr. King's dream really comes true. But I fear that school boards across America are not living up to this and are seizing control of our libraries in an attempt to force us to forget these cherished memories of our past. We simply cannot allow them to erase that history, because without it, we can only go back to those bygone days of prejudice. Many children in our district have no outside access to books and can only read what we provide them. If we take books like To Kill a Mockingbird away, we will simply be taking their path to the future, their constitutional freedoms away with them. I urge my school board members to continue to strive toward the peak of excellence, and in Abraham Lincoln's words, to listen to the better angels of our nature. Thank you, and God bless.
Our next speaker is Stacy Adair.
Good evening, board. I want to sincerely thank you for all the time and energy you put into the work of doing what's best for the education of the kids. I know many board members who put in dozens of hours each week. I'm here to specifically say thank you for your new item that you will vote on tonight. This additional line to the policy will protect the medical autonomy of each D20 family. I understand too that if they want to give that up, they can sign a form if they're worried about things like not being available at a time of medical emergency. I'm sure you guys will work through that. The only entity able to take away parental rights is the legal system, and then only for extraneous situations. Many of us appreciate the fact that the school board is making that clear to all staff and students. I understand that some educators are upset with this policy, but why? Why would acknowledging and respecting parental authority upset anyone? This policy does not run counter to any healthy student-staff relationships or situations in school. If, as a teacher, you have healthy boundaries, nothing in this addition to the current policy should bother you. Unfortunately, I have heard many stories from D20 parents that this policy is needed to address. Teachers are talking to students about things that fall under the category of medical issues. Yes, they are even trying to influence students' thoughts and decisions. This should not be. Therefore, we do need this issue to be addressed specifically. Some staff members do need guidance to understand boundaries and what is and isn't their business. We as teachers are interacting with students to teach them, to encourage them, and to motivate them. I was one of those students who came from a home life that was less than ideal, let's say. Teachers did help me. They did change my life for the positive. That's why I became a teacher. They did so by encouraging me and helping me see my potential. Yet no teacher ever got into my personal, medical, or family business. We as teachers cannot develop the unhealthy savior mentality and have an us against them attitude when it comes to parents. School districts offer staff free counseling through the Employee Assistance Program for those who struggle with developing and respecting healthy boundaries. Again, I want to thank you, board, for getting D20 back to a place where the family is acknowledged as the authority for its students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy Cowell.
Hello, good evening. I'm Stacy Cowell. This morning I awoke to an article on the front page of the Gazette regarding the vote on medical policy. As a parent of 2 children in D20 schools, I'm greatly concerned about the ramifications of voting a policy like this in our district when the idea was first introduced to fellow board members just this month. Why are you voting on it so quickly? Why the rush? First off, there seems to be a lack of transparency and a huge rush to push something through without further thoughtful dialogue with a greater representation of the people that this policy will affect. The article said that Aaron Salt presented the policy change this month to his peers, saying that it stemmed from conversations with parents who felt they did not have autonomy over medical decisions for their students. So I applaud you for listening to that. However, this really feels like a political move to appease a select group of parents that you're having conversations with versus taking the time to invite more voices to speak into this issue and asking deeper questions as to how this policy would affect the climate of our schools. It's my hope that you all sit on the school board to care for D20 schools, staff, and families, and not to just represent the interests of a group of parents you are having conversations with. Have you talked to our burned out teachers and asked them how this would affect them as they care for our children? Quickly pushing through a policy like this supports the fears and control that a group of individuals may have for their individual child, but it does not consider the hard work it takes to support a community of children. Medical treatment, medical opinions, medical advice, that's the realm of the home. That quote was given in the paper. That's all fine when a child's actions or current health only affect their family. However, schools are a microcosm of society and not just for the individual. When a child is red hot with fever and laying their heads on their desk, or breaks out in a rash, or has red bumps appearing on their face and arms, or they're scratching their heads incessantly, teachers and staff need the freedom to act for the sake of not just the sick child, but for the rest of the community that's present. Limiting a school staff's medical response only to an emergency situation doesn't allow them to prevent emergency situations in the first place. We want to build community in D20. However, a policy like this would continue to draw sides and lines in the sand versus recognizing that it takes a village to raise a child. Life is not fully lived out in a home, it's lived out in community, and we need a level of trust. When I send my children to their public schools, I entrust them to the care of professional and caring adults that are another set of eyes and ears around my kids. Do I risk them hearing opinions and advice that may not align? Yes, but I'm also
Our next speaker is Avalon Manley.
Good evening. You may be wondering why our district's teachers are so upset, particularly about the shift to 6-8. You might ask, is it because they simply don't want to do more work? Considering the amount of unpaid overtime teachers work outside of their contract day, that seems unlikely. Is it that they just don't like change? When we remember how they've adapted to the ever-shifting demands of the pandemic, that doesn't feel like an answer either. So what is it? The reality is that increasing our instructional load while simultaneously decreasing our planning time makes our already challenging jobs harder. Ultimately, this is bad for students. In his email on February 4th about the 6-8 change, Mr. Gregory stated that the move will provide increased support and expanded options for students to reach their potential, but that only works if you also assume that teachers can manage this change. I'm here to tell you we can't. We seem to forget that teachers' working conditions are students' learning conditions. How we treat educators has a direct impact on our students and the quality of their educational experience. So what would you have me sacrifice? What should I stop doing that was previously accomplished in that planning time? Should I stop writing letters of recommendation or attending IEP meetings or checking up on students who are struggling? Something has to give, and I request that the board tell us how they expect us to continue doing our jobs well when they are actively making them less feasible. In that same email, Mr. Gregory said that flexibility, creativity, and taking a balanced approach to finding solutions is essential, but this unilateral shift to 6-8 doesn't feel flexible, creative, or balanced. especially when you consider that neither our superintendent nor our school board are speaking with teachers about this change. None of the people pushing for 6-8 are present in our schools. It appears that our leadership does not want to listen to the folks on the ground, to their highly educated, highly experienced teachers, about a change that will drastically impact our ability to do our jobs. If they did, then Mr. Gregory and members of our board would be visiting schools, interviewing staff, listening to their input. Our district value statement declares that relationships matter, but these actions suggest the opposite. There is no neutral position here. Either you prioritize the autonomy and effectiveness of your educators and therefore prioritize a positive impact on students, or you don't. I've been teaching for 10 years. I love my students, my colleagues, and the work that we do. I wonder every day if I'm going to be able to stay in this profession after this year. Why would I? When our leadership has not introduced at least a 9% raise for the 9% more work created by 6-8. Why would I stay when the people who make decisions about my work and my students do not give us a seat at the table? Why would I stay? Why would any of us stay when this is how we are treated? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Vaughn.
Good evening, board. I'm a parent of children in D20. I'm here tonight to express my concern for the choices that are being made by the newly re-elected board members. CASB, which D20 is affiliated with, has a code of ethics for school board members, and there's one that I would like to bring to light for the board. It states, as a member of the Board of Education, I will avoid being placed in a position of conflict of interest and refrain from using my board position for personal or partisan gain. I believe the majority board has violated this specific ethical guideline by acting in the interest of those that bought their seats rather than the interest of the true stakeholders of D20. After correlating contributions in Tracer to local political connections, I feel that there's a direct conflict of interest due to the board's relationship with the following individuals. One, Mr. Steve Shuck. Mr. Shuck is the founder of Parents Challenge, a pro-choice school organization. Two boards on that organization sit on the dissolved charity, which is PACE. Mr. Shuck shares his opinions regularly at the Gazette, speaking out against public education, public school teachers, and unions. Mr. Shuck attended interviews with the school board candidates for the HBA endorsement, along with Doug Stimple, who sits on the board of Colorado Springs Forward. He's also close friends with Doug Cole of Cole Communication, who was hired to distribute media endorsements using the donations from Springs Opportunity Fund PAC. Mr. Shuck is a founding member of the leadership program for the Rockies, and per Tracer, Mr. Shuck contributed to all the board members elected in 2021, as well as to Mr. Salt in 2019, and that's all on Tracer. As far back as 2003, per articles, he bought school board seats using the same methods as the 2021 elections, and these seats ended in a recall. The charters pushed during that time ended up closing due to poor academic performance and financial irresponsibilities, also in articles. The second individual who I believe is a direct conflict of interest is Mr. Brad Miller of Miller Farmer Law Firm. Mr. Miller is a well-known legal lawyer in Colorado charter world. In fact, he was the legal counsel, still is, for the new Summit Charter and TCA when Mr. Salt and Mr. LaValle sat on those boards. He actively networks at CASB conventions, which has led him to a tremendous amount of success in being hired as legal counsel for surrounding school districts and numerous charter schools around Colorado. Many of those charters are named on the Education Alliance of Colorado webpage. So there's only 2 of a dozen connections I found. The seat in which you were voted into is a nonpartisan seat, yet your actions align with individuals who have made it clear for over 2 decades that they want to dismantle public education. And rather than advocating for the welfare of both students and teachers, you have chosen to author policies that feed fictional fears and place the most vulnerable children at risk. You're also creating more divisiveness between teachers and...
Thank you. Your time's up. Your time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marissa Deal.
Hi, my name is Marissa Deal, and I'm a senior at Discovery Canyon Campus High School. I wanted to talk about the proposed 6-8 schedule. I understand that I'm only a high school student and I will graduate before this change is implemented. However, I care about how this change affects teachers. I don't support this proposed change for 3 main reasons. The first is that this change will add more stress to teachers than they already have. Teachers have a lot of responsibilities already, and their list of things to do is only growing while their pay is decreasing. While many teachers teach because they truly have a passion for it, adequate pay is necessary to attract and keep quality teachers. Some teachers who take on overload rely on that extra money to take care of themselves and their family. This change also makes it increasingly difficult for teachers to only work during their contract hours. Working only during contract hours is a way for many teachers to have work-life balance. The second reason is that this change will cause the district to lose quality teachers. Teachers who are currently taking on overload or taking on extra classes are frustrated with the fact that they may be expected to do more work for less money. This pay cut is making some teachers question whether this is really the right district or even career for them. The third reason is that this change will discourage future teachers from coming to teach in this district. I myself plan to become a teacher. I was considering possibly coming back to this district as a teacher, but now I'm not sure if I even want to do that. I want to teach somewhere where I feel truly appreciated and valued and am paid adequately for the job I do. So I urge you to not pass a new 6-8 schedule. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Sinclair.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Sinclair. I graduated from Rampart High School in 2015, and I'm now a teacher in the district. If you were to look at my school records, you would see close to perfect attendance, no behavioral concerns, and mainly straight A's from kindergarten in Frontier to sophomore year at Rampart. My junior year tells a different story, though. My record would show my first C, a lot of tardies and unexcused absences, and my first trip to the dean's office. What you can't see on that record is that my sister, my only friend, had just started college 2 hours away. My parents' marriage was beginning to crumble, and my identity as a star swimmer was falling apart as I prepared to have surgery on my shoulder, surgery that ruined every opportunity at college scholarships. I was also overloaded with 5 AP classes and losing sight of my purpose. As I sunk into poor choices, I had 3 teachers that made a difference. Mr. Mestis, my AP Calculus teacher, helped me to learn to be accountable. He reminded me that I was capable of responsible choices, and he refused to let me sell myself short. Mr. McMaster, my history teacher, who still teaches at Rampart, reminded me that I was loved and I always had a safe place at school. Mrs. Follett, my AP biology teacher, reminded me how much I loved learning and encouraged me to never give up on myself. These 3 teachers changed my life, and it got me thinking, how many other students were feeling the same way I was? How many other students needed teachers like I had? And how many students needed just one person to believe in them? And that's when I knew that I needed to be a teacher. I knew that I wanted to be the teacher that was there for her students, that believed in her students and did everything in her power to keep her students successful academically, emotionally, and socially. I knew I needed to be that teacher. So I became that teacher. I struggled through what seemed like endless turmoil in my personal life to receive my bachelor's degree, master's degree, teaching license, and teach my first year of science, all by the age of 23. I stand before you today as a well-educated, hardworking, and passionate teacher that is absolutely heartbroken over the letter I had to write earlier this week. The letter reads, "To whom it may concern, while I have appreciated every moment I have been able to spend investing my students, I am writing to inform you that I am resigning my position as a teacher at Academy School District 20. I teach because of my passion for students, but over the last 3 years, it has become abundantly clear
that Academy School District 20 and the community do not value the time and effort teachers spend on our future generations. As the district moves to take plan time away from teachers and increase workload while keeping salaries the same, I'm faced with the reality that I cannot afford to continue doing what I love. My time and energy have value. As a direct result of these decisions, I will be pursuing alternate careers.
Our next speaker is Carly Goretsky.
Good evening. I am Carly Goretsky, and I am a math teacher at Pine Creek High School. Ever since I was in kindergarten, I had wanted to be a teacher. At the age of 4 years old, I had a teacher that left an impact on me and helped me become who I am today. I became a teacher to make lifelong impacts on my students. On the side of teaching, I am 2 months away from finishing my master's degree in math. I also work numerous after-school sporting events, Access Saturdays, regularly cover in-house classes, and have an overload. This is how I am finding my career in Academy School District 20 to be sustainable for the cost of living here. As any teacher in this district will tell you, we are beyond exhausted with the workload required to be an impactful teacher. I give my students 100% of my attention every single day I walk into the building. The only way I can properly spend time lesson planning, improving lessons, grading, and giving my students the full attention they deserve is to spend all my time during my planning periods and lunch doing so, along with taking my work home with me at night. Moving from a 5.5 to 6 of 8 schedule will mean that teachers will no longer be able to teach overloads, which is how many of us can sustain a career here. I cannot fathom giving up yet another planned period without compensation. It is these very situations fueling the Great Resignation. We have all seen the reported 33 million Americans who have resigned their jobs in 2020 to 2022. I believe that Academy School District 20 can make a difference in changing this trend. A change that needs to scale upward by offering an improved workspace for educators, by honoring our need to focus our skills in the way we know drives success and provides a learning environment to ensure a productive next generation. With a 6 of 8 schedule, teachers will be retiring early, finding new careers, or finding other school districts to work for that will value their time and compensate them for the work that they do. This will leave a plethora of jobs to fill. What incentives will new teachers like myself have for working here? I am truly scared for the future of our students and our district. I conclude by asking you to please consider next year's 6 of 8 schedule, or reconsider next year's 6 of 8 schedule so that our teachers can continue to strive in educating our students of Academy School District 20. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bree Mallory.
Hello, I'm Bree Mallory. I am a mother, I am a resident, I'm a teacher in the district. I have spoken to you before. I don't have a speech today. You know the reasons why I'm against the 6 of 8. What I am here to ask of you is to respond to us. We have been coming to you since January, asking you, presenting our concerns to you and asking you to respond to us, yet we have not been responded to. The email that came from Mr. Gregory was just saying, this is happening, so deal with it. The reasoning behind the 6 of 8 has changed continuously. At the beginning, we were told it was to make it be the same plan time between elementary schools and high schools. Then it was because of the pandemic and the money that was required or the money we were gonna not have because of the pandemic. Now it's because of choice for our students. Yet we've been told that if we don't be quiet about it, we'll just go to a 5 of 7 schedule, which I don't know how that helps with choice of students. I really also don't really understand where this choice for students is coming from. Our students are still going to have an 8-period schedule. And to be quite honest, many of our students struggle to fill that 8-period schedule. They only need 50 credits to graduate from high school, and if they go full-time all 4 years, they can get 64, which is 14 more than they need. So most of our students are TAs, have partials, or study halls to fill that time. They have plenty of room for choice. So we want to know why you're doing this, even though we keep coming to you with our concerns. We want to know, at any other profession, if you said to any other profession, listen, if you do this work, I will pay you this much extra. And you agree and you say, yes, thank you, I will take that extra and do that extra work. But now you still do the extra work. You have no choice, yet you do not get that extra pay. It is very sad to me. I was brought to tears. I can't address the audience, but I was brought to tears by the one young teacher that came up here who has put in her resignation. I work with young teachers who are telling me they are going to leave the profession. There are older teachers that are retiring early because of this. And there's people like me that's really thinking coming back, that I've come back to education. You guys really need to be thinking about this and respond to us, because we are feeling ignored. Come into the schools, listen to the teachers and what they are saying. When we are at school, I can't even think of my words right now. Just the attitude, the morale is down. Everyone is they just feel like, you know, the district just doesn't care about us. They just don't care about us. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Shauna Martinelli.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Martinelli and I teach at Rampart High School. This is my 26th year of teaching and 19 years in District 20. I would like to begin tonight with the district's mission statement and proclaimed values. We educate and inspire students to thrive. We believe people are the heart of our success. We believe relationships matter. We believe in quality education. Now let's turn to the law of diminishing returns. Additional instructional duties would diminish the quality of education we can provide because there's only so many hours in a day in which only so much can be accomplished. Every teacher I know already works more than the contracted 7.5 hours in which we are marginally compensated for, because they care about students and want to do what's best for them. Please understand, we also have families, other obligations, and bills to pay. Therefore, if teachers are required to add a 6th class to the already excessive list of responsibilities, sacrifices will be made, simply just because there's not enough time. I will no longer have time to attend meetings for IEPs or 504s to ensure the district stays in compliance. Be involved in extracurricular activities, participate in committees at building and district levels, adequately prepare meaningful and relevant lessons that align with state standards, or adequately assess written work with meaningful and timely feedback. Provide additional assistance to struggling students. Effectively communicate with parents and counselors. Collaborate with colleagues, or even improve as a teacher through professional development. Eliminating any of these would have a negative impact on students and the quality of education. Personally, I can tell you that giving up my 2 part-time jobs that are necessary to meet my family's financial needs is not an option. Recently, numerous teachers have expressed their concerns regarding the 6 of 8 plan by either speaking at the board meetings or through letters. Such attempts have been, "Thank you for the information," or "We have received your letter," which is interpreted as contempt or at very least extremely dismissive. The 6 of 8 plan does not align, but actually contradicts the district's mission statement and core values. 6 of 8 will have a negative impact on the quality of education for students and their ability to thrive. As for believing people are the heart of our success and that relationships matter, the failure to adequately or respectfully acknowledge or address teacher concerns speaks volumes about the sincerity of the relationship with your teachers. It does let us know that our insight, expertise, and opinions are not valued, and therefore you do not believe teachers are the heart of success. If you are truly looking to do what is best for students and the people you claim to be the heart of success, it is not.
Next is Catherine Spencer.
Hi. At the last board meeting, I said I would come back and report to you how I did with my 75 hours of contract time, how I spent it. So over these last 2 weeks, I spent 52 hours in front of students actively teaching, and I do mean actively. I'm up all the time, you should see my Fitbit. I spent 10.9 hours of prep time, which included time before and after school during my contract hours, 3.75 hours in meetings, 3.33 hours in passing periods in which kids are coming and going, and I don't even have a chance to sit down because I'm standing at the door greeting them as they come and go. I spent 2.86 hours at lunch, which should have been closer to 5 hours, but I just can't kick kids out of my class when they need help, no matter what I said I'm going to do. And just over 2 hours taken with club meetings or time kids came in for help during lunch or before or after school. Now, I said I wasn't going to do anything after contract hours during that time, but it proved impossible. For one, I'm a speech and debate coach. I'm also the GSA sponsor. Over the past 2 weeks, I spent an additional 39.15 hours on just those two activities beyond my contract time. In addition to the time I knew I would be spending for those clubs, I had a staff meeting and Freshman Are Fantastic Night, which was another 4.5 hours of non-compensated time. Finally, I found myself falling further and further behind, so I had to take some time after school this week and help kids after my contract time. So I actually spent an additional 7.87 hours outside of my contract time with just those things. So what about grading? I did my best to grade during school hours. As I told you 2 weeks ago, my grading load was 0 after those snow days. Over the past 2 weeks, I managed to do my lesson plans for my class and update Schoology daily, which was priority number 1. I also graded, I counted, 89 vocab tests, 54 creative stories, 78 vocab exercise activities, 63 mugs tests, 72 journals, 8 discussion posts, which were late work, and a research paper. I also contacted a parent about a kid who was skipping class. That was a fun conversation. So what do I have to grade as of today? On Turnitin.com, I have 51 essays on Frankenstein, but on Schoology, I have 198 assignments, 63 assessments, 58 quizzes, and 1 discussion post. And there's this, the physical papers. Oh, sorry. That's what 2 weeks of working only my contract hours as a high school English teacher leaves me to do after hours. If you are truly taking away 20% of my time on a given day, you have to make sure that what little time I have left, I can actually use to do my job. Otherwise, what do you suggest I give up? Do I quit helping kids after school? Quit assigning research papers or essays? Quit coaching the speech team? Quit supporting the GSA team? Over the past 2 weeks, with everything school related and not including coming to school board meetings, I averaged 61 hours of work a week, and I didn't get to grade. You need to guide me on what is best for kids, because from where I'm sitting, you're expecting us to put in about 20 hours of work a week after our contract time to lesson plan and grade, as I would have done if I hadn't taken my break. In addition,
Our next speaker is Laura Matisik.
Good evening, board. We keep hearing about parental choice from you, Mrs. Cons, you, Mr. Salt, and you, Mr. LaValle, as if it's being jeopardized, and it's not. The medical policy change to the treatment of students you are voting on this evening is ludicrous and unnecessary overreach. How can already overworked and underpaid school staff keep up with this if they must call a parent and hope they answer every time a child needs something from them? Band-Aid, blowing their nose, etc. What about special needs and medically fragile children? What about them? This policy is intentionally vague to intimidate, confuse the staff and teachers, and strip away civil liberties guaranteed by law to all children. Mr. LaValle, at the previous board meeting, you said, and I quote, "I would be furious if I found out that against my wishes or without my knowledge, I had a daughter who said that," referring to her being in school and asking her teachers to use different pronouns without your permission. School is sometimes the only safe haven for children. Civil liberties do not pander to your personal ideologies. You and Mrs. Cons asked this board's legal counsel multiple times in various ways about these, and counsel did not agree with the current language you are proposing. Any board member that votes in favor of this policy will be subjected to a recall, and we are ready to proceed starting on May 19th. Mr. Salt, per tracer, you gave an FEC United Education Pillar Chair $500 for a proposed win bonus, volunteer coordination. FEC United is led by someone that recently called for the public execution of elected officials. This education pillar has also pushed PACE with you present at several events. She was even at your election night party. PACE dissolved its nonprofit in October of 2020 and has been in poor standing and delinquent with the state's business department since 2011 until just yesterday, February 16th. I wonder if that had anything to do with my questioning of PACE's legitimacy and what they actually provide teachers with. The newly approved 6 of 8 scheduling for high school teacher gives them 9% more teaching and 20% less planning time with no raise in compensation. How can we expect teachers to educate our kids with less time to plan, grade, and communicate? Less time and compensation will not give us academic excellence. You need to give teachers a raise for more work. Listening to them and their needs is key. Teachers, please organize and do not settle for PACE or AAE as they are not unions and give no bargaining power. You deserve the best possible salary, protections, and representation. Without you, this district would fail, so I am here advocating for us not to fail you. 6 of 8 is a big mistake, and since I saved a few extra seconds, I did want to praise the entire staff at Encompass Heights Elementary, where my daughter is finally back in person. She has said, starting on Monday, February 14th, once she got there, it is the best day of my life, and it keeps happening, Mommy. This school is amazing. I don't know why you ever put me in a charter school to begin with. We have such good schools here. She will be here to speak at future board meetings, but please listen to the teachers. Without them, we are no one. Without them, we have no one for our kids, and you would not have the seat.
Our next speaker is Stacy Ellison.
Lots of Stacys tonight. Okay, I am a graduate of D20 and I have been an excellent Spanish educator at Rampart High School for 8 years, and previously to that, I worked 8 years in post-secondary education. I have 2 bachelor's degrees and 2 master's degrees. Since working for D20, I've noticed that educators are not compensated for work they perform during and beyond contract hours. Consistently, the message is sent to teachers that they need to do more, do it for the kids, and don't expect to be paid. Wanting to help students and wanting to be paid a fair wage have nothing to do with each other. And while I am beyond grateful for the 2 one-time payments you've given us this past year, they are mere band-aids for the gaping wound that has been festering for years, that which is the lack of appropriate compensation for teacher labor. This isn't just a COVID issue. The myth is that teachers simply don't know how to budget. You're looking at a woman who raised her infant son with $14,000 a year while getting a master's degree. I am a boss at managing my time and money. Moreover, for people who say that they care about student support and success, moving to 6 to 8 is at odds with your words. During planning periods, teachers aren't simply eating bonbons or taking siestas. We are grading tests, quizzes, projects, and homework, printing and preparing materials, arranging transportation or documentation for trips, posting plans and handouts and activities in Schoology that parents and students seem to barely ever use. We are attending 504 meetings, IEP meetings. We are giving detailed feedback to support student learning, collaborating with co-teachers, updating grades, communicating with parents and guardians, including when they are aggressive. We are writing letters of recommendation for college admissions and jobs. I usually write about 10 per year. Writing a quality letter of recommendation takes time. As a former college professor, I can attest to that. Reteaching students, reflecting on student needs, teaching pedagogy and practice, developing and implementing academic contracts for students who are struggling, mentoring at-risk students, handling student discipline issues, writing referrals for them, covering other teachers' classes when subs aren't available, attending meetings with departments, administrators, parents, and specialists, observing other teachers, reading and grading college-level essays or speaking assessments for AP and DP courses. Foreign language teachers such as myself are translating for parents, students, and other colleagues at times during our planning periods. We're also covering other teachers' classes so they can finally use the restroom for the first time that day. Okay, this is just a normal day without emergencies or without TikTok trends. Okay, members of the board, I ask you, which of these obligations or responsibilities are we to stop performing in order to take on this extra class? Should we only take care of certain duties or certain students? You stubbornly and ignorantly move towards 6 of 8. At least pay us 9% more for 9% more work. But if you do make this move, you need to be prepared to change your motto from the peak of excellence to the peak of mediocrity, because it will affect student achievement. Studies consistently show, been published in NBC, New York Times consistently that teachers have 2 to 3 times more effect on student success, money gains throughout their lifetime, and college attendance than any other factor in education. If you want quality education, you must and will invest in quality educators. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Nagy.
Hi, my name is Andrea Nagy. I live in Black Forest. Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for supporting charter schools. 2 of my kids graduated from a charter school in District 20, having received college credits upon graduation. Thanks, it was a great opportunity. And most of all, thank you for protecting parental rights. We, the parents, have natural rights to make decisions on behalf of our children. One of these decisions includes medical decisions. Knowing that medical procedures and opinions will not be provided without parental approval will foster parental trust, will increase confidence in our schools, and will create a high morale in the community. Mr. Salt, Mr. LaValle, Mrs. Cons, thank you for being a voice of reason, and God bless you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Tuck.
Hello, thank you for your time. I didn't prepare anything big. I just wanted to say you guys need to live up to your contracted employee or your employee contracted. Sorry, first time. You need to live up to your employee contract that they signed, their expectations that they came in when you wanted to hire them. I'm okay with 6 to 8, but compensate them. I own a small business. If I require my employees to work more past their contracted 8 hours, I pay them overtime, time and a half. That's what the law states. 1 + 1 = 2. Give them more work, pay them more money. My son is a typical 15-year-old. His Algebra 2 teacher at Rampart is behind 2 weeks in his grading. I've asked him every day, what about this assignment? What about this assignment? Mom, I did it. I did it. I can trust my 15-year-old, but do I? Did he do his work? And I sit and I ask the teacher, I don't want to be one of those typical parents that say, and trust my student to do everything and always take my son's side. So I sit there and I was like, for 15 minutes, how do I write an email to this teacher asking, did they do it? I trust you, I trust my son. So what you're asking is adding more work to them, pay them, write a contract. It's a choice. Everybody wants a choice. And so they're going to either choose to work for us or they're going to choose to work for somebody else. I don't live in this district, but I choiced my children in because when I moved from Texas to here, I knew that by picking this, my son was going to be going to one of the top school districts in the nation, but I can't afford to live in this district, even as a business owner. If you force them to teach more without compensation, you will lose them. And I'm sorry, coming from a broken system in Back Hills, Texas, I am so proud of my son and his education. He reads better than me. Budget. If I want to buy something for my business, I either take it from my bottom line because my students need it. I find it, I go without. If I don't want to buy it, I don't want to spend the money, then I don't get it. I don't force my employees to do something if I don't want to compensate them for something. You need to find it somewhere. Take it from your paycheck. Take it from the security paycheck. I don't care where you take it from, but if you make these teachers teach more, you need to compensate them more.
Our next speaker is Rob Rogers.
Good evening, board members. Colorado State Board of Education regulations about teacher licensing includes a section about unethical behavior that can cause revocation of a teacher's license. I quote, "It shall be considered unethical behavior for a license holder or applicant to fail or to have ever failed to make reasonable effort to protect the student from conditions harmful to health or safety." The proposed addition to district policy will be voted on later on tonight runs completely counter to state law and basic logic. I can only guess that one of two different things is going on. Either the addition is completely politically motivated based on uninformed opinion about the definition of liberty, the public health responsibility of the state, and vaccine conspiracy theory, or the change is being driven by incompetence and an inability to analyze situations and evaluate unintended consequences. Regardless of the underlying cause, it's completely irresponsible to disregard the informed legal opinion of district counsel in just about any situation this board could be faced with. Now, maybe Brad Miller has a different opinion, but it still seems unwise. Therefore, I can only conclude that any board member that votes to introduce the policy change is demonstrably unfit for the position. That being said, let's think about a timeline here. We got to go back in time first, back to November 19th, 2021. That's when the current board was sworn in. Now, if we count forward 6 months, we reach May 19th, 2022. That's when school board members are eligible to be recalled. Then let's pretend on June 13th of 2022, a recall petition gets filed. That means that all signatures have to be gathered within 60 days. 59 days later, we reach August 11th, 2022. And let's pretend that notarized petitions are submitted. If there's enough signatures that are valid, it gets submitted to the governor. The governor has to schedule a recall election within 60 days. But if it's within 90 days of a general election, the recall election will be combined with the general. 89 days later is November 8th, 2022, election day in 2022. That's just something for consideration. And that brings me to the other topic of the night. The 6-8 schedule that's being imposed on high school teachers is just as illogical as the policy change. One doesn't attempt to solve labor shortages by demanding that remaining staff just simply do more. Good managers will look for root causes and address those. Here's a hint: pay them more. Make the open positions and the environment more competitive and attractive. So in keeping with the board quote from Abraham Lincoln, here's another one. "I'm glad to know that there is a system of labor where the laborer can strike if he wants to. I would to God that such a system prevailed all over the world." Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Mattis.
Good evening. In regards to the 6-8 change, I will read a quote from Mr. Lavalley from back in December. Mr. Lavalley said, "Do I wish our teachers could get paid more? I do. I think our teachers are extremely valuable, but we make do with what we have, and I think we do an excellent job with what we have." Mr. Lavalley, if United Airlines told pilots they were required to pick up 4 extra trips each month without any extra pay, would you be okay with that, or would your union stand up and fight for you? Would you agree with United and tell your fellow pilots, "I say we make do with what we have"? Next, I would like to point out for the past several months, you have heard teachers' passionate pleas for fair compensation that will give them a living wage. In response to all of those pleas, Mr. Sultan and Mr. Lavalley proposed an incredibly vague amendment where teachers and staff can be punished for talking about health issues with students. You prefer spending district money on potential lawsuits rather than paying your teachers a fair wage. Salt and Lavalley said they talked through all possible scenarios and they're fine with this language being added. However, did you talk to even one school counselor, teacher, or principal to get input from anyone that works with students on a daily basis? When Ms. Thompson, our D20 legal counsel, tells you she cannot support this in addition to This addition and her legal knowledge is dismissed. This once again proves the political agenda of our current board. Instead of being in Denver meeting with our state representatives on how you can find ways to increase teacher pay, you're trying to dismantle public education. Salt and LaValle kept talking about intent of the new proposal. Your intent is clear. My kids are doing fine academically in school, and I'm proud of the work they bring home. But there's one piece of paper my elementary student brought home in the fall that made my heart grow 3 sizes. The elementary school counselor had all the students write down names on a piece of paper of adults they trust to talk to about certain issues. Of course, in an ideal world, parents hope their children can come to them with anything. In reality, we know that's not the case. I was proud to see the names of teachers and my friends on my child's piece of paper. It takes a village, and my heart swelled seeing that my child has people he trusts in our D20 community if he is struggling. I talked with the counselor to give her praise. She said there is a surprising number of students, of elementary students, that leave the spaces blank. They don't have any adults they can trust. Let's discuss a scenario that maybe wasn't discussed of a high school student. Let's say a high school student is having suicidal thoughts and wants to talk with their teacher about it. Per this new rule, per the intent, the teacher will be required to tell the student, I'm sorry, I'm only allowed to talk about mathematics because that is what I'm paid to teach. Or the teacher will be required to call maybe the Board of Education and Salt, LaValle, and Cons to inquire, is this an emergency situation? During your campaign, you talked about continuing to be a district of excellence. In 3 months, all you brought to the table are that first graders can't talk about that gay people exist, and to tell teachers they'll be fired for mentioning the word COVID in class. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claudia Graver.
Hello, board. I'm the parent of 2 D20 students, and I'm a D20 sub. I want to thank you, board, and Mr. Gregory for the hard work you do putting students first. I support the addition of number 11 in EL 2.1, treatment of students, thus solidifying parents' roles as the main guardians, mentors, and decision makers in their children's health care. Parents want what is best for their children, and they have to be informed and consulted on their health care. Thank you for acknowledging this and upholding parental consent. And by the way, I believe there will probably be a form you can fill out as a waiver for the school to make medical decisions for your children if that's what you want. Thank you.
Our next speaker is April Stark.
First, I want to thank you for your service of our community, and that I'm grateful to live in a country where we all have freedom of speech and we can all stand here and share with you all. I live in D20, and I have children who have come through the school system. As parents, we have the responsibility to love and support and train and make decisions with and for the medical decisions of our children. I stand here in support of those board members who advocate for parental rights in our school system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessie Pearson.
Thank you for permitting me the opportunity to speak tonight. I have prepared a speech discussing the policy that the district intends to implement requiring teachers to teach 6 of 8 blocks for no increase in pay. I completed some research regarding the policy, and all of the affiliated sources I spoke to unanimously disagreed with the district in this decision. When looking further at the results of what the district has decided upon, it becomes clear why. Personally, I do not recognize the justifications of those who employ the staff at my school as to how they rationalize implementing more required courses without allocating higher pay. One source I spoke to about an overload reported that the district demands as much as a 9% increase in work without a commensurate increase in pay. And that does not even take into consideration the pay decrease of teachers who already handle a course overload. In the status quo, reportedly, the district has an overload pay of 10% of base pay for 1 semester of schedule overload. For 2 semesters of overload, a teacher is paid 20% of base pay. Yet the course of action the district is pursuing leaves teachers uncompensated. The baseline for additional work incurred in this policy raises without the allocation of higher pay as accounted for currently. Additionally, this policy fails to take into consideration the as much as 20% decrease in planning time that teachers on staff have in the status quo. Do the results of this policy from the teacher's standpoint, or even from an outside perspective, to this seem fair? Certainly the people I consulted may not think so, as this policy impacts them. But not even being part of the district payroll, I too express sympathy to their issue here because this is not fair. More work should mean more pay. If you look up ASD 20 values, the first contended value under the Our Values page states, "We believe people are the heart of our success. We aspire to practice meaningful inclusion, honor diversity, and develop a culture of belonging throughout our school communities." I implore those in the room who are faculty and who do dictate these changes within our district to consider this matter further. If people are the heart of our success, fair compensation proportionate to work done should be consistent with the district's mission within our community. Instead of implementing a policy that causes teachers to work more for the same pay, or even those overloading for schools in the district to lose thousands of dollars a year for doing more work already, the district should steer towards an impactful approach modeling fair compensation, not just for those disenfranchised directly by this policy, but to model for the thousands of students of those teachers in the values of the district and to leave a meaningful impact of those values on them so they learn to promote those values within their communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Colleen Androsky.
Hello. First thing I'd like to say is for those that are coming up behind me, if you could please speak a little bit louder for those of us out in the nosebleed seats, also known as the lobby. So thank you all, board members. I have been on boards before, and I'll tell you, it's a lot of work. So I do respect your time and effort that you are putting into this. So I will have to say I was a little dismayed when I read that this new policy change was going to be implemented without a little further research. Certainly somebody's, parent came to me and said this, well, I know we all of our children always tell the truth and they're always right. But in reality, that isn't always the case. And some of it feels like playing telephone. Okay, for those of us that are old enough to remember when we used the telephone to call people. Telephone game was somebody said this to somebody and then they got it passed down to somebody else and passed down. And by the time they were at an end of a line, nobody had any idea what was originally said. So I would like to think that our board members would take a little extra time and think and talk to the parents, find out what happened. I know as a business person, you all, if you had a customer come up and complain, you wouldn't just go immediately and blame the employee. You'd probably want to ask them a little more information. Doing this so quickly without a deeper dive is probably, I will say it, not too smart. It doesn't have to be done immediately. This can take a little more time. I respect parents. I respect their need and understanding to, sorry, I'm watching the time, to know about medical decisions, but also we need to know, is this a systemic problem? Is this just 1 or 2 teachers, or is it a case of telephone? And the last thing is that the other thing is I hate to waste money, passionately hate to waste money because I don't have enough all the time. That we ignore what our lawyers are telling us is a waste of money. We need to listen to what our lawyers say. You know what? You want a policy change? I understand. Let's talk to the lawyer when you're doing the policy changes. That's what I did when I was on a board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Gross.
Good evening, board members. My name is Nicole Gross, and I've spoken with some of you before. I am here tonight as the parent of 2 children in District 20. One of them is a 16-year-old who's in the Significant Support Needs program at Liberty High School. He's a medically complex child. I'm here tonight with my concerns regarding the proposed policy of EL 2.1 regarding medical treatment, medical advice, and opinions. I'm asking the board to please pause the vote on the policy tonight. This is a complex issue that requires more than a one-size-fits-all approach. I don't think it's clear what the problem is that the policy is attempting to solve and how it's different from current procedure in our district. Our licensed medical staff, our school nurses and health room staff, are currently not allowed to provide medical advice to students or actually parents. For medical treatment, they're allowed to offer basic first aid, but can't even offer a Q-tip dipped in Vaseline as a treatment option for a student's injury or discomfort. Beyond that, I have greater concerns, specifically as it relates to our students receiving services under IDEA. My son is one of those. He requires the flexibility of medical treatment on the go in the classroom to actually receive his free and appropriate public education. This policy is vague. Okay. This policy seems to be hastily drafted without the necessary due diligence to ensure compliance with current district policy, state, or federal law. The language is ambiguous. What determines if something is considered an emergency or medical treatment? What contributes medical advice? I would ask the board to please take the time to involve your stakeholders, including your nurses, your CNAs, your OTs, your PTs, your speech and language pathologists, your hearing itinerants, your vision itinerants, along with your parents of medically complex children and the staff and the teachers that so diligently serve them. I have one more statement I'm going to read. This is on behalf of Michelle Willers. Dear 20 school board members, I am the executive director of Peak Parent Center, which is the parent center for the state of Colorado, and also a parent of a child who attends Pine Creek High School. Our son is deafblind with intellectual developmental disabilities in this district, so I have a vested interest in our community. I know that the school board is committed to the health and safety of all children. With this said, I feel strongly that we need much more clarity on what problem you're trying to solve by instituting this policy. From everything I read and reviewed, there are so many more questions and things that need to be defined before you institute a policy that can have a huge impact on the safety and health of our students. There are so many legal questions that need to be answered, which involves tons of liability for our district, families, and educators. I also have many concerns regarding students in transition age grades being able to utilize self-determination and voice when it comes to their health and mental health. This needs to be well thought out, especially when you're legal folks and so many parents have shared concerns. More details are needed, please, and all implications need to be weighed out. I appreciate the time and effort the school.
Our next speaker is Catherine Zukas.
I'm a parent of children who attend D20 schools and a resident of the district. I have 2 topics to speak to you today. One is about high school teachers and their dissatisfaction with 6 of 8 scheduling. My advice is listen to the teachers. As parents, my husband and I have chosen to keep our children in neighborhood public schools for the past 9 years because of the great teachers, counselors, and administrators. My children have been supported and kept safe by the many adults around them. The reason I bring up safety is because I heard an interview this week from a parent whose child was not kept safe 9 years ago. This was a parent whose child was killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School, and she had talked about how she wished that her 15-year-old son was standing by her side. Anyone who has a heart for education and children, we all remember that day. And over these 9 years, all of us who had parents who've raised our young children in public schools in D20 have known what has been done to keep children safe. The building of entries with our bond money, the drills, the elevation of social emotional health programs, the Safe to Tell program. All of these things to keep children safe and let them know they're valued as human beings so they can grow to be 15 years old or 55 years old. I'm very much against this amendment to EL 2.1 to add number 11. I support all conversations between adults at schools and my children. The examples provided at the last board meeting were not reflective of my family's experience. In my 9 years, my children have never had a health class as an option. But they have had dance class where they could overstrain themselves. They've operated saws and lathes in woodshop. They've used Bunsen burners in science. They eat peanut butter next to allergic friends. They pick food off the floor. They scrape their knee. As a parent, I want an adult overseeing this activity to immediately say, let's not do this. It's not safe. It's medical advice. As a parent of a child over age 12, I want my child to feel free to talk to a teacher about social, emotional, or mental health. I'd like that teacher to wholeheartedly listen and not refer to the student to a counselor down the hall. I encourage the board members to remember that some parents you speak to are not all parents in the district. Mr. Salt, you did not speak to every parent before drafting a generic statement like number 11. As board members, please remember that not every adult who has children attending district schools will have a verbal conversation with you, will attend the same meetings that you do, will worship at your house of worship. All parents are not the same. There are adult bullies out there, and some of those bullies threaten to hurt their own children, and some of those bullies threaten to hurt you perhaps. I do wish that there was a Safe to Tell program for administrators and board members to use. I do wish that threats to you could be elevated confidentially and that these bullies could get help. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rubel Henderson.
Hello and good evening. I have 4 children. My wife and I have 4 children from ages 9 down to 3 years old. So we're going to be in this community for a while. First of all, I appreciate and I sympathize with how difficult the decisions are sitting on the board. There are rarely simple, clean decisions to be made. There are strong opinions on both sides. There are well thought out arguments for each side. Regarding 2.1, I am staunchly in favor of parental rights. That said, I also recognize that this is not a clean and simple topic, and I would not be opposed to additional discussion and picking apart more of the topic and understanding more of the implications that some of the parents and school members, the teachers, are bringing to the conversation. Again, I strongly support the idea, the intent, and the heart behind 2.1. And I would not be opposed to further discussion so that we can really hear the full spectrum of what people are concerned with in this particular resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Stevens.
Sometimes I feel like I'm speaking into the void at these meetings because I have yet to receive a response from any previous comments, but I realize the importance of being heard. As I sat down to consolidate my thoughts, I realized that this cry of parents' choice and what you are trying to do as a board here in ASD 20 is not unique to us. It is a nationwide conservative movement that has been festering for years. It is a symptom of the systemic racism that you deny. It is a product of the white privilege that you deny you have. It is a movement by the religious right to maintain control of the beliefs they hold and use it to influence others. Your talking points and playbook are everywhere. They're not unique. The thing is, none of this is about parents' choice or parents' rights because we have plenty of those and always have. The Washington Post just ran an article in which Jack Schneider and Jennifer Berkshire presented the following. What's actually radical here is the assertion of parental powers that have never previously existed. This is not to say that parents should have no influence over how their children are taught, but common law and case law in the United States have long supported the idea that education should prepare young people to think for themselves, even if that runs counter to the wishes of the parents. Your first attempt, and likely not the last in this fight, is with medical decisions. Legally, teachers act in loco parentis, meaning that they act in the best interest of the child as if they were their parents. One of the duties is to act as mandatory reporters. Do you want them to have to contact a parent if abuse is going on in the home? Do you not want them to be able to teach about Jonas Salk because you have to use the word vaccine? Do you want no health class? We know this is not likely the end goal. As Mr. Salt said, he would love to see more charter school applications, even though our teachers have expressed the need for better pay and don't need yet another entity taking up funds. In the 1990s, the Republican Speaker of the Indiana House of Representatives said it was their goal to destroy the quality of education so people would be more open to funding of private schools. And I would like to add the addition of voucher programs and charters. After all, that's likely why 2 of our board members have played a huge role in our district's 2 charters, and who, by the way, have their own boards. You are going to pass this even against the advice of legal counsel. If you won't listen to our own legal counsel, not outside counsel who have their own agenda, or teachers, or even many parents, then who are you doing this for? Be careful what you promise in return for money in a school board race before you have no schools left. I'll leave you with these words from the Washington Post. Parents may end up with a new set of rights only to discover that they have lost something even more fundamental in the process. Turned against their schools and their democracy, they may wake up from their conspiratorial fantasies to find a pile of rubble and a heap of ashes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Gale.
Thank you, board members, for all the work that you do. I know that it's a thankless job and I appreciate the effort that you make. I'd like to know, where is your proof that valuable class time is being taken up discussing opinions meant to persuade students to take certain medical actions one way or the other? Is it hearsay on the part of parents, on the part of students? Could you please tell us specifically what has actually occurred without using names, and what medical actions were taken and given in detail? I am a parent of an ASD 20 student who started in kindergarten and is now in 9th grade at Air Academy High School. I was also a teacher for 6 years in Fairfax County Public Schools. I'm also an attorney. We have a right to know what the basis is for this fire, danger in our school. We have a right to face fire with facts. Why has this policy gone beyond what is deemed as normal emergency care, which all staff members are trained to do? The timing of this makes me believe that this has something to do with mask mandates or vaccines, or is the focus on something entirely different? Mr. LaValle has stated that he's concerned about health classes and what a teacher may say or do. Have you observed any of these classes? Are you just assuming somebody might do or say something that you don't like? What don't you want the children to know? Your children never attended ASD 20 schools. Parents, students, and staff understand what parental rights are already. As someone else has said, this may just be overreach for a problem that isn't there. Can you prove that you're not infringing on the legal rights of staff who are doing their jobs as state and federal law demands? Parents have rights, yes, but you've forgotten that the law protects children as well. Who has verified that this policy does not supersede state and federal rights? From what I've read, your legal advisors have told you that it does. There are too many unknowns with this proposal, and more legal expertise is needed to address it. D20 hasn't seen enough conspiracy theories and just plain political gossip to last a lifetime. Spare us the expense of this implementation and perhaps use this money for the high school teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Spiller.
Good evening. I will be reading tonight on behalf of a school counselor. As a parent of children in District 20 and school counselor, I am sharing this anonymously for fear of retaliation. I find myself struggling to reconcile the intent behind the board's EL 2.1 treatment of students policy. From a logistical perspective, I can't envision when phone calls to parents and guardians would take place. My only lunch breaks are days without students in the building. Meetings are often scheduled before and after contact hours to accommodate parent schedules. Making calls after every student leaves my office would greatly impact direct student contact. I also think there is a lack of understanding of a school counselor's schedule. We juggle daily responsibilities alongside crises that arise at any given moment. It seems counterintuitive to limit student access to counselors when the demand for counseling services both in and out of school exceeds professional availability. Ethically and legally speaking, our profession relies on confidentiality and creating safe spaces and relationships with our students. If our primary audience cannot trust us, given the new policy to call parents first, then what will happen to our youth suicide rates? What will happen to instances of self-harm? How many more will turn to unhealthy and dangerous coping strategies to include sex and drugs? If students know their parents will be notified when they reach out for help, most won't come. And if we cross those ethical and legal safeguards and expectations established for school counselors, we will find our licensure on the line. I shared Mrs. Khan's statement with several colleagues in schools across the district, and every one of them responded with concerns of violating confidentiality and overall student safety. From a parent perspective, I had to humble myself long ago and accept that I am not always the best person to support my children through their struggles. Counselors are specialists who are trained in navigating and treating difficult situations. Having someone removed from the emotional dynamics of the family creates space to reflect, heal, and grow. As parents, we should want to give our children the opportunity to advocate for themselves and obtain healthy tools from professionals. I am frequently confronted with the ugly reality that not all parents provide safe and loving homes. It is hard to comprehend some things that happen behind closed doors. Calling a home where abuse and neglect are the norm can increase the risk of harm for those students. This policy cannot identify or make allowances for all the exceptions that would be required to guarantee student safety. I would encourage the board to learn how best to support professionals working in our schools while respecting the legal and professional standards that are at the heart of school counseling. We cannot risk the lives of our students by cutting off access to those trained to provide the support they so desperately need. Vote no on EL 2.1. And to end, I stand with our teachers. 6 of 8 is a
Our next speaker is Amity Lynch.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm a mom of 2 in District 20. I'm a military officer. I serve on the PTA board at Challenger Middle School, and I'm a classroom parent at Mountain View Elementary. I'm very concerned and disappointed about the policy being proposed, which would prohibit teachers and administration staff from providing medical treatment advice or opinions. My children have been in the D20 school district for 4 years, and between the 2 of them have had more than 20 teachers. Not once has a staff member inappropriately discussed my child's medical status or provided a medical opinion. I perceive this policy addresses a non-existent problem. Furthermore, as a member of a dual professional household, I know very well it takes a village to raise a child. Teachers are a critical part of this village, and I do not want a gag order on any part of my village. This policy is potentially dangerous and irresponsible. There are many medical diagnoses that manifest their initial symptoms in a classroom. Dyslexia, dysgraphia, ADHD, to name a few. If my child's teacher has suspicions about a medical problem affecting their learning ability, they should be able to address that with me without permission from you. And they should not be penalized. That is in my child and our children's best interest. I have concerns regarding the vagueness of this policy. Will the district continue with annual vision and hearing screenings? It seems silly, but you haven't said. If my child falls and skins his knee, do I have to be called every time prior to the administration of antiseptic and a Band-Aid? That is not what I want. We should not be undermining the role of a teacher in our community and our children's lives. You campaigned on a promise to keep politics out of the school board. Yet this smells suspiciously like COVID-driven politics. Please keep politics out and vote no on this policy for the sake of our children and our community. Many tonight have mentioned a consent form. I shouldn't have to sign a consent form to have my child cared for. If others don't want their child cared for, have them sign the non-consent form. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shane Sullivan.
Good evening. I'm the parent of a D20 middle schooler, and tonight I'm sharing comments from a D20 teacher. After nearly a decade in the district, winning Teacher of the Year, serving in many leadership positions, building an outstanding program at my school, and working countless unpaid hours beyond my contract, I've never felt less supported by district leadership. I hate that I feel like I have to protect myself from the D20 powers that be. I wish we had a union who would have my back, because it's extremely clear that those who are running Academy School District 20 do not. District 11 is appealing to me because A, they have a union that would help protect me from out-of-touch leadership who favor the advancements of their political agenda above the morale of the people on the ground, and they have a salary schedule that offers financial transparency. A move to D11 would afford me a $3,000 pay raise and 2 personal days of leave that I could use for any reason I want without having the fear of running afoul of the D20 BOE staff leave policy. D11 teachers also have substantially more money in bonuses this year, some of which have been identified as hazard pay because they recognize the additional risk and workload their teachers have taken this year. D11 has plenty of its own problems, but at least I feel a hedge of protection thanks to the union. I have strong integrity and I'm extremely good at what I do. Kids love me and I maintain rigor that grows them. Yet I am not trusted to take a single day off for a reason of my choice. I have to explain my reasoning to my boss and hope that it falls in line with BOE policy or take a day without pay. I can't know how much other staff makes because of our cryptic salary schedule, and now have to fear that if I make a remark that is perceived as medical advice, which educators routinely do to help their students develop healthy lifestyle habits, hygiene, etc., I could be running afoul of BOE policy. Teachers do not need yet another political landmine around which they have to dance in the classroom, fearing punishment from district leadership. Substitute teachers in D20 receive pay raises and now get free pay for snow days before the regular staff who have gone above and beyond to educate our students and keep our buildings open. We are now expected to give up our planned time and take additional work home so we can cover classes due to record staff absences. The bonuses we've received, which are nice, are less than other districts and presented to staff with an air of artificial gratitude from the superiors on high. We see right through it. We pivoted and pivoted and pivoted again because we love our students and our profession. We've dealt with record numbers of kids in crisis while trying to hold our own families together and losing loved ones. The emotional exhaustion is higher than ever. Morale is lower than ever. Service surveys that only give us one more thing to do are not helpful. Do not drive away your talent by fixing on your political agenda or trying to look good to your base. It's time to support, protect, and serve the very people who give your job meaning and who attract families and the dollars that follow to Academy School.
Our next speaker is Laura Furia.
Good evening. Before I get to my actual reason for coming tonight, I just wanted to say that I support overturning the 6 of 8 decision for the high school teachers, and also on voting no for the proposed rule of with not making medical decisions without the parents. Now, my real reason. I'm here to give an update since I'll just give you guys a refresher. November of 2018, my daughter was struck and run over in the overflow parking lot at Rampart High School, resulting in serious injury. In February of 2021, I brought my concerns about the overall safety of the parking lots to the district, specifically requesting that a traffic study be done of the campus. After some deliberation and the reinstatement of the position of COO for the district, the process of developing an RFP for traffic engineering firms began in September. The firm of Sanderson Stewart was selected in October, and they immediately began conducting their study, which involved collecting info from the city on past accidents and traffic studies, using cameras to collect data at the entrances and intersections in the lots, and sending out a survey to Rampart families and staff. In addition, I personally met with the lead engineer to discuss all of my findings from interviewing over 100 community members who live near the school on the existing traffic conditions. In December, the firm provided 7 different proposals to Brett Smith's team for possible redesigns of the lots and the way the different modes of traffic would flow through them. The plans varied in the levels of changes and subsequent general cost and potential timelines for the team to consider. All throughout this process, I have been meeting with Brett Smith to discuss the analysis process and the proposals, asking tons of questions and giving my insight as to what I think could and could not work, as well as spending a lot of time at the school in the past, observing how traffic and pedestrians move through the parking lots and speaking with many people in the community. I also have a Bachelor of Architecture degree and therefore some knowledge of site planning, traffic flow, and parking lot design. I think Mr. Smith will agree that I have kept him on his toes with my questioning and ideas, making sure that every possible aspect of the design is taken into consideration. Mr. Gregory, if you had not brought on Mr. Smith to oversee projects such as this, I would have been bringing all of these questions to you, so I hope you appreciate the work he and his team have been doing. Now, with all of that said, the engineering firm has been asked to provide a more detailed plan, including the exact placement of parking spaces, asphalt markings, signs, etc., and to ensure that the best separation and clear-cut use of the lots is made, separating buses and staff from visitors and drop-off pickup zones, and a students-only parking lot. I am satisfied that these somewhat still rough plans will be enough to mitigate the major existing problems with the parking lots in a manner that can hopefully be achieved before the upcoming 22-23 school year. And I will give you more updates as they come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Kent.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Kent and I have 3 students in the school district. When I need help with something, I seek an expert. I seek someone who has more experience than I have. When I was a first-year teacher, I sought out an experienced teacher for advice on classroom management. They had been teaching for years, they knew the students in our school, and they knew how to talk to parents. When we needed legal advice regarding a real estate contract we signed buying our first house, we paid an attorney to review the contract because they spent the time studying law and understood the legal intricacies of contracts. When I have parenting questions and don't know how to handle a sibling conflict, I reach out to parents I know with children older than mine. I can't know everything. During the February 3 board meeting, you all heard from Ms. Thompson, the general counsel of the school district. When asked if the policy changes you are voting for tonight satisfy the full legal requirements for the district to address all immediate life-threatening emergency issues, they replied, I think the short answer to that is no, but I've shared and I have advised. Ms. Thompson is the expert the school district hired to advise on legal matters. During the school board meeting on February 3rd and the meeting tonight, multiple teachers have spoke against the 6 of 8 teaching schedule, explaining how it will impact their work in the classroom. As they are the ones in the classroom, the ones grading papers, the ones attending IEP meetings, 504 meetings, and a whole host of other meetings, we ought to be listening to them. I ask you to listen to the experts, to listen to and hear the experts the district has hired, both the general counsels and the teachers, before you vote tonight.
Our next speaker is Melissa Hendricks.
Hello. Hold on, need my glasses. I stand before you a bit flabbergasted. I'm trying to understand your reasoning behind the new amendment to policy with regard to medical advice and opinions. I have listened to the previous board meetings. You, Mr. LaValle, and you, Mr. Salt, have been discussing this since January and trying to find a way to push this through despite the advice of counsel and the disagreement from your fellow board members. You have given vague answers as to why you want to implement this policy. Are you afraid to say the quiet part out loud? Mr. Salt, you said the reasoning for the change is that medical treatments, medical opinions, medical advice, that is the realm of home. Do you not know how many medically fragile children are taken care of in this district? By teachers, paras, and nurses? Mr. Salt, you said, I have heard stories about proselytizing in different directions, that you believe in the pros and cons of each side of an argument and want them to understand that there are differing opinions out there. By no means are we trying to limit discussion, but you have given no specifics as to the necessity within this context. Mr. LaValle, you have also given no context. However, you have spoken recently about the statewide social studies standards, and you said, and I quote, I have no idea why we are talking about LGBTQ to first graders. And then you said, if I had a daughter that was struggling in this area and wanted to be called by a pronoun, I would want to be informed. And I would be furious if I found out that against my wishes or without my knowledge, that my daughter was who said that. This is not a very comforting statement coming from a president of a school board. All of this being said, and coupled with the fact that you sought guidance from the Office of Civil Rights, I can only assume that this reflects your wanting to change this policy to prevent these kinds of conversations that you would be furious about, and that they include within medical advice and opinions. If these are not your intentions, you need to clarify to your stakeholders, because there are vast legal issues. Sorry, I'm losing my place. In addition, this is not a way to support your teachers by introducing vague policy that add confusion to how they relate to their students. Between this and the 6 of 8, teachers do not feel supported in this district.
Time's up. Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Underwood. Then no Lisa Underwood. So our next speaker is Bernadette Guthrie.
Today, Newsweek published an article titled, America's Teacher Exodus Leaves Education System in Crisis. It is estimated that 55% of all educators may soon leave the profession, not just their position, but the entire profession. This isn't just about public school teachers either. Soon you won't have enough educators for the charter schools that you hold in such high regard either. The Great Resignation is an epidemic of its own, and you should be doing everything in your power to lessen the impacts on our community and our children. Instead, you are creating additional issues that are going to further escalate this crisis. Manipulating parents into thinking they somehow don't currently have full autonomy over major medical decisions to further personal political agendas is disgraceful, and in doing so, you are turning educators into pawns in your game. Rushing a vote on a manufactured issue based on conversations that one more board member who has credibility issues has allegedly had is not acceptable and will not come without major consequences. In regards to 6 of 8, math is not my best subject, but I can even tell you that more classes with less teachers, it's not going to work. Mr. LaValle, look, I don't envy your position here. You've got a board that consists of 2 new members, one who appears to not have a clue what's going on, and another who appears to think he knows it all. You are 2 months into your position as board president. Look around the teachers at the room. Look at the number of open positions that the district cannot fill. Look at the email the district had to send today, preparing for a sick out tomorrow. You have multiple attorneys ready to draft complaints if you pass this resolution tonight, subjecting the district to costly legal fees. Is this what you consider inspiring excellence? Is this a legacy that you want associated with your tenure as board president? Do you want to join the ranks of Glenn Strebe, Tracy Johnson, and Linda Van Meter as being board presidents who put kids first and their personal politics on the back burner to contribute to the success of our district? Or do you want your legacy to be forever associated with this farce? If for nothing else, please think about that tonight before you vote.
Our next speaker is Annette Veronis.
My family and I would like to thank the board for listening to us, the parents, especially Mr. Salt. Thank you for presenting this policy over medical decisions for our children. Now I have a few questions. Recently, one board member stated this new policy over medical decisions could create an environment of micromanaging that could contribute to low morale. Whose morale? The teachers? What about our children? If low morale is so concerning to you, have you thought about our children, what they've been through the past 2 years? A few other questions I have. I'd like to know why a particular group, many that are here this evening, why are they against this policy change on parental consent and parental rights over medical decisions? Teachers are not doctors or nurses. That is not their job. Their fundamental purpose is to teach my child to read and write. Teachers need to get back to basics and concentrate on reading, writing, and arithmetic. If my child needs medical treatment or medical advice, I will do the research and decide as to which doctor my child will see. I would never take my child to a teacher or a school for medical treatment, medical advice, or get medical opinion, period. Now, I didn't plan on speaking on 6-8 schedule, but after listening to so many complaints tonight, I had to speak up. Well, my husband was in the military for 30 years. He too had to work long hours. He was overworked and underpaid. Like these teachers, he also loved his job. He sucked it up and carried on and was a phenomenal soldier. Listening to these teachers complain, all I have to say is you need to manage your time and money better. Yes, I did say that. 6 to 8 is not a mistake. Thank you again. I pray that the board will uphold the parental consent and parents' rights policy. Parental consent and parents' rights have nothing to do with white privilege, as someone has said this evening. As you can see, I am Hispanic and not white. I am all for parents' rights and parental consent. God bless you all, and may we all strive to live a virtuous life. Thank you.
Our next speaker is M.G. Peterson.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come before you this evening, and I just want to applaud your efforts to revise the policy of the treatment of students, and my comments are going to specifically relate to item 11. I recently enrolled my student in an extracurricular activity with D20, and that process required me to sign waivers completely absolving the district from any and all forms of responsibility with regard to my student's life and welfare, dismemberment, you name it. So since I'm required to absolve you of all and any responsibility, it would be completely ignorant of me to then assign you complete liberty to subject my student to medical treatments, medical opinions, or medical devices without my consent. What you ask of me helps me guide my interaction with you. I will have to say that taking the time to define emergency situation would further strengthen this policy. And as I've sat in the lobby and listened to people speak, I never realized that parental consent would be seen as contrary to educator influence, but I've learned that tonight. I've also seen that the people against parental consent highly encourage you to further define emergency situation. So perhaps with the threat of the strong arm of the law at your necks by these against parental consent, maybe it would be worthy to think about further defining emergency situation. I am grateful for the shift that D20 is attempting to make in recognizing the preeminence of parental and guardian consent, especially as it relates to medical treatments, medical opinions, and medical devices. I also know that supporting parental and guardian consent does not adversely affect anyone. For those without sound parental and guardian consent, I am so grateful that this district and the El Paso County Department of Health offer excellent support services to stand in the gap. I encourage you to continue these efforts because they will enhance, they need to enhance the parent-student and the district relationship for D20. Thank you and good night.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Troca. Okay, she's home. Okay, then we're going to move on to Christy Simpson.
Hello, it's been a long night, and wow, I'm deeply saddened at the attacks of character and the misquoting of board members' words that have happened here tonight. I appreciate a couple of speakers ago who actually went back to the board meetings and directly quoted some of the board members, and they did get it right. I am very thankful for this current school board that they value the important facts that parents over anyone else know what is best for our children's education, their health, and their mental state. Sadly, there has been misinformation being shared here tonight, and this resolution clearly states that the superintendent will not, absent emergency situation, allow students to be subjected to medical treatments, etc. Waivers can be signed for students with existing medical conditions, so this revision has no effect on any student needing medical care. I appreciate the statement from the board packet that says, the Board of Education of Academy District 20 believes that parents are the authority over their students and should be consulted for all medical decisions. Administrative policies exist to limit the teaching of controversial material to our students. The district administration and staff are encouraged to discuss medical issues with parents, but should not discuss medical issues with students. If D20, just like Littleton High School a month ago, if D20 had offered a vaccine clinic on a campus of a school, I would be extremely concerned for my particular son. My 7th grader was diagnosed with an extremely rare, life-threatening autoimmune condition this past summer. If he was able to get any medical care on a school campus without my consent, and then, sorry, I'm losing my place, and then he came home to me, and I would have no knowledge of his medical care that day. And then if his body goes into crisis as a side effect to whatever medical treatment he had at the school that the school's not going to tell me about, I would not know about this and therefore not know why his body was going into a crisis. And that is extremely concerning to me as a parent of a student with a life-threatening medical condition. So I'm also, I'm also confused about the teachers. Do they think that their feelings of being overworked and underpaid is unique to them? This is extremely common to the majority of Americans during the COVID shutdown crisis. The children are the ones that it was just previously mentioned by MG Peterson. The children are the ones who have been damaged the most, and we all need to be focusing on them. I am thankful for our very own D20 school district who is willing to protect our children with this proactive addition to the student policy. Thank you, school board members, for validating parents and acknowledging that we are the best advocates for our children.
Point of order, Mr. LaValle. Use of referring. Hello. Point of order related to using names of other people in the audience during our speech. Could we please limit that?
Yes, please, let's do. Thank you, Mr. Salt.
Okay, our next speaker is Kelly Newcomb.
Good evening, Mr. Gregory and board. As you can see with my shirt, I am also a HOSA advisor at Pine Creek High School, which currently I have 86 students in my club that I currently manage everything all on my own, within my own time, and within my daily 7.5 hours of work, on top of everything else that I do. So I have been a teacher for 26 years and thought that if I survived teaching during the pandemic, I could survive anything. I have never felt as unprepared as I do this year. I know I'm not as well prepared as I normally feel, mainly because I'm teaching an overload, because chemistry is one of those subject areas you can't find a lot of teachers in, and also because of the added extra responsibilities teachers are being asked to do. Now on the horizon is the push for teaching 6 out of 8 periods, an extra period with no extra pay. You say it's what's best for students. You say it will decrease class size. I have 26 years of experience and know this will not happen. I welcome any of you to come sit and watch what I do in a 90-minute period. When I don't get to go to the restroom all day, when I don't get to drink any water, I'm not able to get any work done while I am at work, and I'm busy teaching new concepts, constant interruptions, enabling an e-hall pass, sometimes in the middle of lecture, tutoring students who were absent on last week's topic, updating absent late grades because they didn't turn it in when I graded the assignments when they were actually due. And these kids want everything instantaneously. So do you know how hard it is to grade papers electronically? Have you ever seen how many clicks it takes to maneuver through Schoology? Do you know how much time it takes to change a coded missing assignment to a 0 after the unit test has been taken? It takes 3 hours. All on my own time, evenings and weekends. Lesson plans occur on my own time, evenings and weekends, not during my planning time, not during collaboration. Since the pandemic, mental health has become a concern regarding students. How about teachers? Do you think we have struggles balancing work with family life? Do you think we have financial struggles because the cost of living has increased? Cost of raising a family has increased. Everything has increased. Please don't increase our workload to the point where you lose valuable teachers who used to enjoy their job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Moody.
So let me say, first of all, I love our teachers. I love the sacrifice they make. I love the quality of education that they've created in District 20. And at the end of the day, like, it is truly about what they have accomplished for our kids. And my hope is that they feel as supported as we can possibly help them feel. Having said that, I want to thank Aaron Salt for introducing this proposal, this medical proposal. There are issues that need to be ironed out with the technical details of it. But this, at the end of the day, is about supporting parent choice and giving parents support to do what parents think is best for their children. I am encouraged. I fought for the election of Aaron. I fought for this exact thing to be introduced into the district. My goal was not to hurt or to lessen the feeling of support for teachers. My goal was to create more of a balance that parents have a say in what happens in the lives of their children. And that is why I appreciate this initiative, this medical initiative being proposed. It's creating discussion. There are some valid points. There are some concerns. I get that. Let's work through that. But the point is that parents need to be a key participant in the choices that happen with their children. Our teachers, our staff, they're wonderful. They're amazing. I support them. I just talked to Mr. Worth out in the hallway. I love the program that he created in School of the Woods. I love the work that our teachers are doing in District 20. Parents need to have a say. Parents haven't had as much say as they needed to have. That's why we had this election. Elections have consequences. We pushed to have this board come in and do what needs to be done to make that happen. So I want to have our community come together, to have parents to have a say, to have teachers feel supported. We need to do both. We need to accomplish both. This medical proposal is putting one step forward in creating a discussion. This discussion is useful and helpful. Parents need to be part of the process and have a voice in what's happening with their children's education. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Paulin.
On the last day of AP Gov class each spring, I let my seniors ask me anything. Without fail, someone asked why I became a teacher, and while that story is too long for 3 minutes, it boils down to this. When I was growing up, I had some phenomenal teachers whose names I remember, and I had some not so great teachers whose names I remember as well. And as it is my firm conviction that every student deserves phenomenal teachers, I made it my goal to become one. While I'm happy to report that most of the time I feel I meet this objective, being the very best I can be takes continual sacrifice. Last time I was here, I spoke of 14-hour days as a beginning teacher and getting locked in the building after hours. But the sacrifice isn't really mine alone. The people I love feel the strain too. My friends and family have gotten used to the bag of grading that goes with me everywhere. Swim lessons, hockey games, the airport, board meetings. When I pull out my laptop on Christmas Eve, my husband just shakes his head and goes to bed. I write letters of recommendation in hotel rooms while someone else takes my son to the pool. And most of the time I'm happy to do it because phenomenal teachers are there for their kids, right? But is that sacrifice really worth it? I envy that my husband can stay home sick without putting in 4 hours the night before, making meaningful plans for other people to implement. I envy my former students in the private sector whose starting salaries are higher than mine, even though they have no experience and are half my age. And even my summer breaks, while technically grading free, are increasingly encroached upon by professional development. I take classes about culturally and linguistically diverse students to meet new licensure requirements, enroll in classes with outside entities, even been encouraged to complete PLC work because there's just not time during the school year. I see my perspective changing. More and more I struggle to see teaching as my calling, and I am terrified that someday this will just become a job. Out of self-preservation, last spring I gave up a club I love, National Honor Society, because I couldn't justify managing 130 students for $340 a year. This year, a research seminar I brought to the board, will be withdrawn from our course catalog, a victim of low numbers in part due to COVID. And though a small part of me wanted to fight for it, the rest of me remembered how many hours I spend outside the school day revising and editing and supporting, and how even though each year I have students whose project advanced to nationals, that voice inside me whispers that without that on my plate, maybe I can take Christmas Eve off for the first time since my son was born. I hate feeling like this. But I also hate that my 6-year-old, almost from the time he could talk, has asked me the same question. Mom, can you play with me? Or do you have to do your schoolwork? We're altruistic. We're helpers by nature. Please don't take advantage of us. And instead, do what you can to ease the burdens this calling places upon us, so that the cost to ourselves, our families, and our livelihoods don't become too much to bear. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Thomas. Oh, okay. Then we will move to Carrie Fox.
Hi. I am so proud of Academy students, parents, and staff members that have come here to share their opinions. I love when the public comes and informs themselves about what's going on in our district. I have been attending these board meetings for 3 years now. This one was a doozy, and we still have half to go. So thank you for your time tonight. I would like to speak today about the proposed addition to Executive Limitation 2.1. At our last board meeting, District Council was put on the spot to publicly announce that she did not support the wording at the time and that the words absent emergency situations did not change her opinion. This policy is about the district taking on unnecessary liability. We're not offering medical care without parental consent. Okay, other than basic first aid, I can't give an Advil or a Tylenol to a student. I have to send them to the office where the nurse has to check that the parent has checked it in for them to be able to use. It's not necessary. Let's not mince words. This is about the advice and opinion section in direct response to COVID mask mandates that we don't have control over and vaccines. I have asked Board President Mr. LaValle to take the wording of this board policy to nonpartisan CASB lawyers before voting. Today's climate is nuts, as evidenced today. Please do that. Take this to CASB lawyers and have them give their opinion. Regarding the change to 6 to 8 schedule, my colleagues are speaking up. We don't really do that in District 20. I have tried to listen and be a conduit for 2 years now. Consider this an opportunity to really listen and hear what they have to say. I've expressed before that this is not the time to implement this action. Teachers are leaving in droves. A 5 to 5 of 8 schedule could be considered a perk to working in this district. 90 minutes a week of less homework for high school teachers. More time that they can use in class doing what they need to get done. I have said before that it is of the utmost importance to retain quality employees by any means necessary. Is this necessary? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy Cowell. Oh, okay. All right. Our next speaker after that is Kylie Schrank.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kylie Schrank, and I'm a senior at Pine Creek High School. I'm a military brat. I've moved a lot, and Pine Creek is my third high school, and I'm constantly amazed and thankful for the quality of teachers that we have at my school. They are always willing and ready to teach and to learn and to care about us. Military brats have to struggle constantly with the inconsistent education that goes along with moving from school to school. And all that really matters is that one teacher who's willing and able to take time out of their day to help you catch up. The 6 of 8 policy will take away the available time that teachers have to truly make an impact on students that need it the most. It takes from our teachers planning periods, not only harming the quality of education that our teachers can give us, but also endangering the mental health of our educators. Some of our most amazing teachers are resigning, retiring, and I've heard so many more that are just considering it. We need to value the quality of education over the quantity. So please, for our students, for our teachers, and for our military brats, reconsider 6 of 8 before it's too late.
Our final speaker for the evening is Jeremy Beckman.
Good evening, Board of Directors. First, a positive. As we've heard so much of what we don't agree on in District 20, let us talk about something that is positive. We heard the great voices tonight of Jacob Kadali and the members of the speech and debate team from Pine Creek High School, and I'd like to send a congratulations out to them for their incredible performance at NACWALS. You got a voting block this year, you won't get it again. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you're going to hear a presentation on 6 of 8, but your parents, your teachers request that during this time, you have one question that you ask for us. Imagine for just a second an airline wants to serve more routes. Management suggests cutting the pre-flight inspection time down by 20% as a way to cover the difference. Rightfully, pilots would have some concerns about this idea, and what would make pilots very anxious is how would we do this safely? What do you want your pilots not to do anymore on those pre-flight inspections? Well, how does this relate to teaching? Switching to 6 of 8 reduces teacher planning time, the time we get to get our students ready to go, ready to learn, by 20%. We also need to talk about what we are not going to do anymore. Teachers cannot do the same workload, the same lesson planning. Even if the proposed late start goes through, we are talking about 15 hours or more of planning time per month that they will not get. We need to be fair with this community. What are we not going to offer anymore? What are we not going to do? Are our parents okay with us not doing this anymore? And have we even talked to them about it? If 6 of 8 happens, teachers will still have the same number of students, about 150 on average for a classroom teacher. Still 150 tests to grade. Still 150 parents to communicate with, but 20% less time to do this. What don't we want to do anymore? Or the question that's equal to the safety question for pilots, the one that keeps teachers up at night. What will we not do as well as we've done in the past, as well as we did for our kids' older siblings? Do teachers wish they got paid more? Every day. Do teachers wish they had more respect from society? Absolutely. But what sets the teaching profession apart is the desire to want to do our job well, not to do our job efficiently. What has set D20 apart, and as anybody who's involved in hiring of teachers knows right now, what sets D20 apart is the ability for our future applicants to know that they will have the time to serve their students well, to write that letter of recommendation that gets that kid into their dream school, to spend that time with the kid that needs one-on-one help with their ACT to get into BYU, to spend time with that student that just can't wait to graduate and never, ever take mathematics again. So ladies and gentlemen, we have one request from your teachers and your parents tonight, and it's a tough question to ask. 6 of 8 is not a panacea.
Sorry, you're out of time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your opinions. We value it. We'll start with board comments, Mr. Salt. Yeah, you're up.
Oh, my computer's booting up has my comments on it.
That's fine. We'll Colonel Sullivan.
No comment tonight. Thank you.
Is okay. Ms. Cloninger is remote, so
I'm here.
Floor.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Fairly. Can we turn up her volume?
Sorry, I don't know how to make it better here.
Okay, just speak as loud as you can. We can hear you.
I've got a pretty loud voice even from over here. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you who've reached out and shown so much love and support to me and my family. And I apologize for not staying in person tonight and having to be virtual, but I'm grateful to be able to still participate because I believe in this district and I take very seriously my role as a school board member. It's been a rough month in the Cloninger house, so I apologize again if I repeat any of Mike's statements tonight. I wanted to just say a quick thank you to all of the people who have come and spoken tonight. I know that it's not easy, and I know that emotions are high. And I just want to say my position with our teachers is that I will always be in your corner, and I'm grateful to you. And I'm struggling for words because of things that have happened to my family, and so many teachers have been part of my network and helping me get through this. That said, I wanted to talk about the sweet things that I was able to do this week. I was able to go to, well, on Tuesday, I was on a virtual call with the PTA awards for Volunteers of the Year. A few of them were from Chinook Trail and Mountain View, I believe. And I just am so grateful for the volunteer spirit that we have in this district. It's been something that has definitely crossed my path, and I'm grateful for those who have continued to take up the torch of volunteers in all of our schools. I was able yesterday to go to Edith Wilford Elementary and spend some time with those kiddos. And if I were there, I would have brought pictures. I guess I could have still submitted them, but it was just sweet to see the kids in their places doing what they do best, which was learning and loving their teachers and trying to be healthy. So it was for it was their health jam, and it was just such a great event. And that school is such a sweet community. I'm sure I have more things to say, but I just will leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Ms. Cloninger. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start off and just say to everyone here, we hear you. We understand that this is not ideal situations. Your comments are not falling on deaf ears. There are lots of conversations going on that you guys are not aware of that are happening. So I just wanted to be clear that that is very much what's going on. I have received emails for and against our proposed policy that we'll be voting on tonight. Nearly all the opponents in the emails, and not so much here tonight, have referenced some anti-teacher rhetoric. And I always have been and always will be pro-parent, but that in no way means that I'm anti-teacher. It's a false premise and a false dichotomy to consider these opposite ends of the spectrum. And I want you to know that I am pro-teacher. During my campaign, I had lots of support from teachers across the district and from local schools. I have fought for more pay for teachers. I have fought for more PTO for teachers. I have fought for more flexible PTO for teachers. I have fought for classroom stipends for teachers. And I did these things because I care about them. I care about our teachers. You are the front lines of our educational system, and I'm aware of that. I value each of you more than you could possibly imagine. I have this focus because I'm 100% pro-student. Teachers, counselors, coaches, administrators, and parents comprise the educational team. Each plays an important role in a student's life and a student's success. We are all working for student success, and when we as the adults start drawing lines about being pro-parent or anti-teacher, then our students lose. With that, I have a statement I was going to read related to the 2.1 policy when that came up for discussion, but I'm going to go and read it now because I know that there's a lot of people who are here who have strong feelings about this, and I want to make sure they have the opportunity to hear from me before if they choose to leave at the intermission. So again, there have been many statements made about this policy, and I would like to make a few things clear. First, policies that we pass here at the board level do not supersede state or federal law. Second, there seems to be a lack of understanding of how board policy works. It is broad, and it is broad for a reason. The way that our policies work is we make broad board policy, and then Mr. Gregory and his staff help define it. It's the interpretation, and that's the way our policy governance model works. And so a lot of the questions that you have, valid questions, will be fleshed out during the interpretation phase of this policy and how that gets reported back. Lost my place. So this is only the first step in the process. It is not a child's responsibility to know and seek medical treatment from their teachers. Teachers are well trained and well educated. We are not a medical facility. We are not a medical treatment center. We have nurses who are trained in that, and that is one thing, but when they're talking about teaching staff, that is different. Medical treatments and procedures do not belong inside of the classroom. As I said, we are not a medical institution. Teachers and staff are free to discuss amongst themselves what's going on with students. This policy does not preclude that. And in fact, what Ms. Thompson had spoken of the last time, as far as us being in violation, we had actually discussed previously in a session that she and I were talking about the policy. The policy changes, we actually made policy changes based off of her comment. So the fact that we're ignoring legal counsel is not accurate. In fact, she was the one who recommended putting in the emergency situations clause. Her concern about the IDEA, because this is a student-focused policy, does not preclude teachers or administrators from talking amongst themselves about students and their medical treatment, because this is directly related to discussion and with students, not amongst the staff or the parents. One thing that had been brought up previously is that students that are being abused at home and the teacher's ability to discuss that with them without parental consent. As we are all mandatory reporters, not reporting that is illegal. That is a state and federal requirement. And so again, that supersedes any policy that we would have here. In reference to school counselors, there are legal and ethical distinctions between medical professionals and mental health professionals. Seeing a counselor is not discouraged or prevented with this policy. And any state statute, again, relevant to our school's counselors will not be blocked by this policy. As I previously stated, this is a board policy giving guidance to our superintendent. Mr. Gregory and his team will ensure that the policy will be interpreted and implemented in a clear and legal manner, as I do with every other board policy. Thank you.
Mr. Temby.
Thanks again to our public for your compelling comments. And again, as I hear our students speak, I am heartened with what the future holds. Enjoyed our spotlight. Again, it is a highlight. Academy Endeavor, Woodman Roberts Elementary, and Timberview Middle School all presented various programs, and again, they were varied and student-centric, and it's great to see what's happening in each of these schools. I want to thank Maureen Lang and the Learning Services team for their Permission to Feel Parent Academy last week. Again, valuable information for our parents, and Maureen and her team do a great job. And this is a very key issue, particularly emerging from the pandemic, our social emotional health. And since we're jumping in the deep end of the pool, I'm going to jump in too. I want to talk about our proposed language change to 2.1. I've expressed my thoughts on the proposed language addition to EL 2.1, but I feel compelled to express my opinion again. Having spent 26 years in District 20 and being the proud parent of 5 D20 grads, not once in that time did I ever hear of a teacher dispensing medical advice or treatments of any kind to my kids or any of my friends' kids. As a side note, not once did I ever learn of any attempts to indoctrinate my kids in any manner, and I was an involved parent. Fast forward to today. Now we are proposing vague and not all-encompassing language to the superintendent's executive limitations policy 2.1. This seems motivated by some parents who are genuinely concerned about a small fraction of our teachers who they believe have taken liberties by expressing their opinions and possibly suggested that students should consider vaccinations or medical care during this global pandemic. For context, this wasn't the seasonal flu. COVID has killed over 927,000 people nationally and 5,850,000 people worldwide. It is real, and the perception of how to respond to it has sadly been a polarizing national and worldwide event. People have been concerned about their health and the health of their loved ones. Teachers are people. They care about their students and the health of their students' loved ones. This policy addition may satisfy those parents who may have legitimate concern. I submit this is not a pervasive problem in Academy School District 20. I also submit that this fits the national narrative that parents are being ignored, CRT education is being taught in every school in America, and DEI initiatives are not needed. This proposed policy language ignores some serious scenarios. Not every parent in D20 has their child's best interest in mind. If this language is adopted, as is, a teacher who realizes that a child is suffering physical harm and may be injured now might have to seek the abusive parent's permission to have their child seen by a medical professional. That's concerning. I know there are protocols regarding the suspicion of abusive situations. They sure aren't covered in this black and white language. I also know that my example is only one of several possible examples of why the brevity of this language requires more discourse and legal review. And many of those examples have been cited tonight by you. All of us should be concerned about adopting a policy that could potentially handcuff a school and unintentionally harm a child. This is a district that has always listened to and collaborated with parents. We have been accredited with distinction for 12 consecutive years and have consistently had graduation rates over 90%. Last year, it was 94.8%. We're spinning plates right now with myriad important issues. If we're going to impose a change to this policy, then let's make sure we have vetted it more thoroughly. Thank you.
Ms. Cons?
So good evening, and thank you all for being here. To the teachers, first of all, for everyone speaking out about 6-8, please know that I really have heard you. I've expressed to a couple of you, and to many people up here that I've had a lot of concerns with 6-8. And I feel that many points are valid and have merit. I've talked to principals and teachers, and like I said, Mr. Gregory, so your letters have impact on us. So thank you for continuing to reach out, educate us with what you're feeling. And please know that I can't speak for everyone, but I feel like I've heard it from several of us that we are constantly looking at possibilities to increase salaries. It's on our mind, just like it is yours. And I'm committed to going through the budget time and again with Ms. Allen and just seeing how we can be fiscally responsible and honor where you guys are at with your load and your feelings and your legitimate, issues you've raised. So please know that from me, because 6-8 is an administrative decision and not a board decision, I encourage all of you to remain after the break so you can hear from all of our D20 principals. I think it's important. I have no idea what they're going to say. I'm chomping at the bit too to see how we can adapt, what kind of solutions and collaboration that we can all come together on for our students. So please know that, and I hope you stay and hear what these guys have to say. So on to the last couple weeks of fun school events. David, are you there? He's gonna pull up a few pictures. Okay, so this is Dr. Christine Draper, who is an amazing teacher who has been there especially for my oldest child too, but she's still at Mountain Ridge. And we got to go with, she's the chaperone for National Junior Honor Society at Mountain Ridge. So there was probably over 20 kiddos last Saturday, and a lot of us parents got to go too, which I was grateful for. And these kids packed up 16,000 pounds of food in 2 hours for senior citizens in our community. So it was really great to be there. And I really, like I raved on Aspen Valley a couple weeks ago, who has a requirement for volunteering for their students. I am passionate about volunteering in our community. I think it's so important to help our students get out of their own heads for a little bit and connect to the wider community. So we can just quickly show those next two at the care and share, David. And these young boys were lifting these huge boxes of food. They did not want the adults' help. So, and then the next one. Okay, thanks. And then that's my daughter, so I have permission. I give her permission to be blasted here. So David, then the next picture, please. Thanks. So a few weeks ago, I didn't get to talk about this last time. I got to, Mr. Timmick gave me a wonderful tour of Liberty and especially the Career and Technical Education program. That is something I am high on my priority list, is advancing our career and college readiness programs. That's how we help our students really thrive when they leave our halls. And I know I did hear something from a teacher there, a CTE teacher at Liberty, very valid issue that we are practicing requiring a 2-year licensure requirement for our CTE teachers when other teachers have a 1-year licensing requirement, and it's being really prohibitive to retain these experts in these fields to teach CTE. So I did talk to Dr. Pearsall about that, and it was already on his radar too, so I'm really going to be checking in constantly to see how we can eliminate those barriers and get more of our kids in a program with some awesome community leaders in the CTE program. So this is the EMT room. I don't know about you, but just that it actually is set up like a hospital is so cool, and just all the capabilities that these students are learning. And then the next picture, David, is in their construction program. So that's a house that they are building. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, once this house is sold, the net profits purchase all the supplies to build the next house. So the program they have is set up as phenomenal. So kudos to you guys. And that's it, David. You could take that picture off. I don't have any more for the rest, but I also attended the Parent Academy online. So thank you to all of those gals who presented that. I was kind of gushing to my husband for the next hour because it was very thought-provoking. The permission to feel, unlocking the power of emotions to help our kids, ourselves, and our society thrive. I have always been, in a lot of my other work, we talk a lot about experiencing the full range of emotions, how healthy that is for any person, no matter your age. So they touched on that. And then having a classroom and or a family charter was that was kind of my top takeaway from this presentation, this Parent Academy. So if you have access, maybe ask your kids if they've ever had a classroom charter, and then also consider looking at what that means for your family too, because it was really a dynamic idea. And finally, got to go to Freshmen Are Ramtastic at Rampart. And that night, also senior night for hockey for those boys and 3 gals on the team. So they won that senior night game, which is always good. Kind of like winning homecoming. You really hope it happens. And Freshmen Are Ramtastic, it was packed. It was energetic. So always fun to be there. And because there's Rampart Student Council didn't come speak tonight, I know a lot of those guys were wanting to address restrictions specifically for their Bald for Bucks event and assembly. So in light of all these other wonderful things that we're getting to fully open in our district, and we heard in the spotlight how many of the children are just so excited to connect with one another again. So in light of that, we've already been having a lot of bigger gatherings. I want to advocate on behalf of the Rampart Student Council and all the D20 students that we lift all restrictions for assemblies, big gatherings, and whatnot, so these kids can really come together and serve our community in a bigger way. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cons. I too listened in on the Parent Academy last week. I know Maureen Lang is always behind those. She was one of the speakers. Please, I don't know if she's here, but tell her thank you. I didn't see her. Just a couple little things to kind of clarify. IT is looking at changing. So when you listen to the video, you'll be able to actually see the speakers. They're working on that. We're trying to improve this whole I'll just say the IT situation. So thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. And also we have 245 people listening in. So we have a great deal of interest, a lot of people listening in. I virtually attended a CASB president's meeting today dealing with Robert's Rules of Order. It was always good. One of the things that I learned is that when you start a meeting, you actually hit the gavel twice. I told that to Mr. Temby, and of course I forgot to do it. So I have.
Oh, you did.
Did I hit it twice?
Quick too.
Okay, then maybe I did. See, I even forgot. That's terrible. But and just as an admin note, instead of having a board meeting on May 5th and May 19th, this is a fairly common thing that we have done in the past. We are having one meeting on the 12th of May. So just for those of you, just to let you all know that has a change. It's because of graduation. That the 19th is like the day after the last graduation, and we've shaken 1,000 hands, and it's great, it's awesome, but it's also very tiring, and we feel like we're able to get everything done in one meeting on May. So that is what we're going to have. Okay. Mr. Gregory, administration comments.
Yes, thank you very much. Glad to speak of some really positive things that are happening have happened in the district. It's been a big week for our swimmers and divers across the district. We have winners taking home trophies from nearly every high school, but specifically congratulations to Rampart High School Ivy Buckley, who earned the 4A. Please. I think I did that the wrong way. You're supposed to go this way. So I'll start. Rampart High School sophomore Ivy Buckley is the 4A diving state champion, and I would also add in record-setting manner. Her coach Abby Graham was named the dive coach of the year, and Air Academy's Meredith, I hope it's called pronounced Claybaugh, took home the 4A diver of the year. Also, in class 3A, we want to recognize and congratulate Discovery Canyon Campus High School's Julia Thomas, who took first place in the 50-yard and 100-yard freestyle, and her teammate, Victoria Sanders, who was named 3A champion and diver of the year. So congratulations to all those students on success. Our food service partners, Sodexo, are teaching students about the kind of foods to best fuel their body. Sodexo teamed up with a PE class at Pioneer Elementary School to teach a 4-week course called Banking with Nutrition. I'll let you think about what that might mean. It really has to do with depositing coins and spending coins, essentially, based on the nutrition. Students learned that depositing fruits and veggies and whole grains allow them to have more energy and be more alert in class. When students When students ate depositing fruits, they won stickers, and the class with the most stickers won a fruit and veggie party, all on behalf of Sodexo, or provided by Sodexo. So thank you to Sodexo. Mr. John Frederick, Spanish teacher at Pine Creek High School, was awarded $500 by KOAA-TV. Through the station's Teacher First program, he was recognized for his hard work and dedication to students. He was nominated after someone noticed his more than 2 decades of hard work teaching world languages. Also at Pine Creek, Miss Kate Margrave, band director, was named Educator of the Year by the National Society of High School Scholars. They recognized her after finding out she taught a class of special needs students. And if you remember, you heard about this course before when it was approved. But she brings special needs students into the music classroom and then varies her lessons and teaching methods to the abilities and needs of the students in the classroom. I'm so glad that she's being recognized for this. Her students have flooded, by the way, her students have flooded our nomination process for our new Our People feature on the website. And we'll hear more about her story in the coming weeks, and you'll see that on our website. So congratulations again to Kate. Well deserved, well honored. 4 members from our IT department and digital learning coach from Challenger Middle School recently presented their skills at the National Future of Education Technology Conference. Through 3 presentations and a hands-on workshop, our experts demonstrated the future of technology in the classroom and how they're incorporating it in the district's new mission, vision, and values in their teachings. Thank you to our team who showed that Academy District 20 is once again on the cutting edge. Thank you to Jessica Babbs, Tara Lee Trent, Catherine Cates, Diana Fricky, and Lisa Kreidel, and congratulations. Lastly, I want to thank both Chinook Trail Elementary School and Edith Wolford Elementary School for inviting me to attend special events at their respective schools over the last 2 weeks. Last week, I attended the 4th grade science fair at Chinook Trail Elementary School and learned all about different forms of energy. And I'm not talking about just like electricity and natural gas kinds of energy, but kinetic energy and building, best term I could use is ramps that they rolled marbles down and measured distances and speeds and did all kinds of things with different kinds of energy. But what caught my attention most of all, and I think all of the students, they kind of would go through these rotations at different spots, was a presentation by 2 gentlemen from Colorado Springs Utilities. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen this before, but they have a safety presentation. It's so cool. I mean, I'm pushing 60 years old, and I was more excited than, or equally excited as the 4th graders in there. They have a little, I don't know, I'll call it mini neighborhood setup that runs, I think he said 10,000 volts through the overhead power line systems, transformers. It's truly a neighborhood type setup. And really it's about safety, and it's telling kids what could happen. Be careful climbing trees, and they show what happens if you climb a tree and that tree happens to be grounded. There's a jolt of electricity. Then you see the air actually ignites, and you know, it's kind of what you would imagine, the buzzing sound and all that. But they went through power lines falling on cars after a windstorm, and climbing trees close to power lines, climbing the fence to get inside of the or near the transformer boxes. And I mean, it was kind of scary, but at the same time, I think it was one of the best lessons kids could have seen to learn those lessons. So thank you so much. I know I spent a lot of time on that, to the teachers at Chinook Trail Elementary for allowing me to attend along with students. And then yesterday I attended the annual Health Jam at Wolford Elementary School. It was a very active morning. I wore the wrong clothes, but it was a very active morning that included special guests that worked with students on juggling, any hockey fans, stick handling, not puck handling, but stick handling, yoga, nutrition, and salsa dancing. Ms. Carol Mejia is the assistant principal at Wolford, and in her rotation, it was about 45 minutes in each of these stations. Ms. Mejia taught the kids how to basic steps of salsa dancing, which was fun to watch. And I know Miss Cloninger's probably still listening in. She was there, but I missed Miss Cloninger trying to juggle or salsa dance or any of those kind of things. I wish I would have, if I would have seen it, I would have caught it on my phone. But
You would have gotten. Sorry to interrupt you, but I have to say we tried really hard to get you on camera with some salsa dancing, and I did get on camera. So you're next.
Yep, but it did not happen. Thank you, Mr. LaValle. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. We need a motion to approve the following resolutions. Resolution 130-22, approval of matters relating to staff specialist staff. Resolution 131-22, approval of matters relating to licensed staff teachers. Resolution 132-22, approval of matters relating to licensed staff, licensed support / special services provider. Resolution 133-22, approval of matters relating to classified staff. Resolution 134-22, approval of annual EL 2.8 emergency superintendent succession. Resolution 135-22, approval of monitoring report evaluation MRE for executive limitations policy 2.8 emergency superintendent succession. Resolution 136-22, approval of annual monitoring report for governance process policy 4.13 cost of governance. Resolution 137-22, approval of monitoring report evaluation for governance policy process policy 4.13 cost of governance. Resolution 138-22, school calendars for 22-23, 23-24, 24-25. Resolution 139-22, approval of Board of Education meeting schedule 22-23. Resolution 140-22, approval of changes to the Board of Education May 2022 meeting schedule, and approve Board of Education regular meeting minutes from February 3rd, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
Okay, there are no items pulled from the consent agenda. Let's take a 5-minute break. Actually, if we want to, Mr. Gregory, the next thing up is the monthly financial report through January 2022. And if you want to call, yeah.
Just start?
Sure.
Ms. Allen, please. Thank you.
Bingo. Good timing.
Sound good now? That sounds good. Good evening, everyone. What you have in front of you this evening is the monthly financial report through the end of January. Please note that the changes that you approved in the mid-year budget back in January, now you will see those updated numbers. So when you look at the particular titles, you see adjusted budget, and that refers to the mid-year. Next slide, please. And this slide shows you in some of those headers on the left part of the screen, you'll see adjusted, and that's referring to the mid-year budget. So if you take a look, please, on this page 3, if you want to look on the report, but it's also on the PowerPoint. Looking at letter A in the blue box, you can see that we've collected a little over 33% of our revenue this year compared to about 37.8% last year. Next slide. This is also highlighted on the particular slide that you are used to seeing, and for the first time we're seeing these bars about equal. So you wonder, well, why would the revenue percentage be different? Well, our total budget this year is larger, so the piece of the pie that it takes is impacted by that. Next slide, please. This next slide, I've highlighted the expenditures, and you can see we have a very similar rate from this year compared to last, which is about 55%. And next slide, looking at page 8, you'll see graph number 5. And this slide shows you our comparison of resources to expenditures. And you can see that we have a gap between those, with resources bigger than our expenditures by about $11.7 million. Any questions for me?
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you please back up to, I believe it was slide 3, the 2 big bar graphs?
Sure.
Thank you. We heard some concern about taxes being paid more, but we're not seeing a lot of increase in salary. And I was looking at this graph here, and we can see that increase in sort of our, some of those local dollars. I was wondering if you could explain how that works really quick.
Absolutely. And I have to act it out a little, okay? So if we can imagine, I'm going to the bucket, Mrs. Cloninger. I know you're out there. I'm going to it. Okay, total program funding represents the amount of money, the maximum amount of money that a school district can collect. And it's based on the per pupil revenue for that school district times enrollment. That forms the size of the bucket. We have 178 school districts in Colorado. Everybody's bucket's a little different. Aspen School District, their bucket has a certain size. District 11, their bucket has a certain size. And in there represents the amount of money that a school district gets, called total program funding. Where do those dollars come from? A combination of local revenue, which is property taxes, something called specific ownership tax, which is a local tax, and then also the state aid. So if you imagine the bucket here in front of me, the first thing that gets poured in is all of the money that's collected locally. And as you go around District 20, you can see there's a lot of activity. Whataburger, I think, opens soon, In-N-Out, Great Wolf Lodge, there's lots of activity happening. So when we pour in, we're blue. So imagine blue sand pouring in the bucket from locally here in our school district. And as our tax base, our assessed valuation goes up, we're able to pour in more blue sand. But then what happens is the bucket isn't filled all the way to the top yet. The state has to come in, and we'll go with Broncos and say that they're going to pour in some orange sand. Well, they pour in the rest of the sand, and theoretically, it's supposed to go to the very top of the bucket where you can smooth your hand at the top and the bucket's full. But that's not reality. We have a budget stabilization factor. So the state doesn't have enough sand to fill all 178 buckets to the top. So we all have a gap. But Mr. Salt, what you're referring to is when you think about me adding that blue sand into the bucket. Again, theoretically, if I have less sand, less blue, more orange for the state. When I have more blue, less orange for the state. So the overall bucket size does not change, even though we're pouring in more blue sand, the state pours in less orange sand.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Great explanation.
Thank you.
Since you mentioned that,
Yes.
a lot of the people out there see their property taxes going up. Specifically the District 20, and they think, man, District 20 is getting all that money. Do you want to comment on that? Well, you just did. The bottom line is what that means is we get more money. That means that the state has to fill in less.
We have more blue sand. The other thing I would want to point out, which is something that we've had for the first year in well over a decade, typically each year, if you were to look back, not this year, but prior, there's always two lines on a property tax statement. One is for the general fund levy for District 20, and one is the bond levy that pays back what we've borrowed to do our construction. The ones in the past, you could go pull back year after year. If you add those two numbers, it always adds to 60.216. That's the number of mills that we have levied. This is the first year in some time that we're actually levying less than our cap. So folks are seeing some of those increases, but part of that is because the assessed valuation of our homes has gone up. Our actual tax rate, the number of mills, has gone down this year.
Thank you. The percent that people pay is actually decreased.
For District 20,
For
the
District
portion
20.
of it, the mill levy rate has gone down.
Yep. Very good. Thank you.
Becky,
Mr. Temme.
just so it's clear, it's not that we wouldn't like more revenue.
That's right.
To take it to the 60.216.
Yes.
But we have retired some long-term debt.
That's right. So it limits the amount of mills that we can collect. Even though our voters approved more than 20 years ago that we could hit a cap and just live within our means of 60.216 mills, because we've retired some of our debt, we're not able to collect all the way up to that amount.
If I could add one other thing, if you could go ahead a few slides, it has the two lines on it.
Number 5, I think.
That one.
Yep.
That gap, and I don't think with the new board we've had a chance to go very deep with this kind of stuff, but this is the gap between these two lines used to not be like this in District 20. If you go back to the early 2000s, the revenue expenditure lines crossed in like September, October, which means the only way to survive is if you've got reserves so that you can cash flow yourself until the next property tax dump.
Which is in
when
March.
we start collecting property
Yep.
taxes again, which is in March,
March,
April,
April.
May timeframe. Over time, we've been able to build a cash reserve so that those lines don't cross and that we don't have to borrow money to get through what I call the winter months. But November, December, January, February, there are many school districts that have to borrow money, and that's at a cost to get through the winter months. The gap that you see there, and they will cross, by the way, those two lines will cross at some point this year, but it's late enough in the year where we can still, the financial term is cash flow ourselves until that first round of property tax comes in. So that gap, there's lots of important information in all these graphs, but that's one thing that I think is really important to note in this graph also is that District 20 and its taxpayers do not have to borrow money to get through the winter months. And the reason is we can cash flow ourselves, which is an important, it's an important financial aspect. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Thank you.
Letter B, high school teacher schedules 22-23, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you. I don't know. I've kind of lost my script for what I was even going to say with this evening. So essentially, as you heard tonight, there's been a lot of talk over the last few weeks and frankly, over the last 3 years, we've been talking about this. It's the first year it was discussed, and I hope I'm not stealing a lot of your slides, but the first year was it was introduced right before, or the thought was kind of created right before the shutdown in the spring of 2020, when all schools went offline essentially. Actually, they went online. But at that time, it was obviously wasn't a good time. There was a uncertain future. It wasn't just a tough time right then and there, but we didn't know what the future was going to hold. And in fact, if we would have projected, well, I projected and I was wrong. It didn't go like I thought it was going to. So the next spring, the next budget season, it came up again. The comments about the reasons changed is true, because that first year, it was really about, we had to make, I can't remember the number of millions, Miss Allen, but millions and millions of dollars of cuts. And in order to keep teachers in classrooms, keep salaries constant, we were looking for ways to get at large amounts of money. So that first year, it really was about, well, if we went to 6 of 8 and filled that gap in a teacher's schedule, we could maintain the existing staff without making reductions in staff and help maintain salaries at the current level, not take a step backwards. The next year, we survived that year through other means. The next year, it came back then as, through the research, there were I shouldn't say research, that's overstating it. Through evaluating that concept, there were other things that came out of it that, as I talked to high school principals, seemed to be pretty attractive. When I say attractive, I mean attractive for students. Things like, and Dr. Smith will talk more about the change and some of the history and scheduling, but essentially it was, we could offer students potentially smaller, and teachers in some cases smaller class size, depending on how it's implemented, right? This is all about how it's implemented. We talked to, there's a long list of things that could be potentially out there if we went this direction. And most of them were for the benefit of students. So that's where that's where it kind of happened. It got deferred again the second year. Again, responding to some of the similar comments you've heard over the last several weeks, that it's not the right time. So we said, okay, let's kick the can down the road to next year, and now we're at next year. And I understand the time. I understand, believe me, I understand the frustrations. I bet you everybody on this dais wishes, everybody in this room wishes there was a magic wand that we could wave and say, you know what, everything's fixed. And I'm not talking just about 6 of 8. I'm talking about teacher salaries. Actually, I'm not even talking about teacher salaries. I'm talking about teacher salaries, paraprofessional salaries, bus driver salaries, wages, the whole shooting match. I wish it could take care of time. I've kind of jokingly said I almost wish before I did anything with salaries, I could wave a wand and say, you know what, there's magically now 26 hours in a day, because we could all use 26 hours in a day instead of 24. I can't. So there's certain things we can do. There's certain, when I say we, I really mean I don't want to speak for anybody else, but there's certain things we can do. There's certain things we can't do. What we're trying to do is look for ways that are sustainable, right? And I won't go into the detail with all of this, but it's a hard balance to try to do everything, right? Salaries and benefits and the whole shooting match. We're a floor-funded district, and I don't use that as an excuse. I don't want to cry in my milk. But floor-funded districts mean that we are funded at the lowest of the 178 districts that Ms. Allen was talking about, and it's been that way since 1994. We can't change that. The only folks who can change that are the ones in Denver that we elect to office there. They have the authority and the control to change that. We can't. So that's a reality that we live with. I don't like it. We've made tweaks to it that have helped us over the last 20 years, but it is the way it is until somebody else changes it. So anyways, we find ourselves back here again, and what I wanted to do this evening is ask Dr. Smith, and believe me, it wasn't I don't like putting high school principals that seem to be in a what could be a divisive situation. So please know that, everybody that's sitting here tonight or listening online, these folks are here to explain how they're thinking, right? What implementation thoughts they have, not promises, thoughts. And in working with staff over the coming days, weeks, how it might be implemented at each location. I would also add that it's really tough for me, and in fact, I don't want to be the person that says this is what we're going to do. Rampart High School, you're going to do this. Liberty High School, you do this. Discovery Canyon, and so on, because each of the schools has different programs. We have Ms. Cons mentioned earlier the CTE program at Liberty. That's very different than the IB program at Discovery Canyon or Rampart. So what the principals now get to do is figure out how can we implement this? What ideas can we have to make this good for students while balancing as best they can that with the wants, needs, desires of staff, because that's important. Can we strike a balance? I don't know that. I can't make any promises that there will be a perfect balance that we can strike between those. But I do have confidence in those people that they will do the best they possibly can to find that balance. So tonight, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Smith, but eventually what we'll have is the principals talk about what some of their ideas are for how this might look at the different schools at this point. So thank you, Dr. Smith. I apologize for taking up so much time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gregory. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the high school principals for being here. So I don't know if I can ask for a round of applause, but they're giving up their evening, so I really appreciate them being here. Thank you. Next slide, please. So to create some context, prior to our current 8-period day, which started around 2015, our comprehensive high schools operate on a 7-period alternating block schedule. This schedule offered 3 90-minute block classes, 1 45-minute class that we call the skinny block, and 1 30-minute student access intervention support period each day. Next slide, please. This is a sample schedule of the 7-period day. In the schedule, a full-time teaching load was 5 of 7 periods. In this scenario, imagine teaching periods 1, 2, and the shortened or skinny 45-minute period, and period 3. On day 2, this would look like period 5, 6, and period 3 with 90 minutes each day for planning. Next slide, please. After 2015, all D20 high schools moved to a pure 8-period block without modifications or skinny blocks, which we currently have in place. Next slide, please. This schedule shows how the 8 periods fall over the span of 2 days. The 8-period day extended students the opportunity to gain more credit toward the required 50 credit hours for graduation, moving from 56 opportunities with the 7-period day to 64 opportunities with the 8-period day. With the 8-period schedule, teachers were asked to teach 5.5 classes over two days. Next slide, please. The move to have teachers teaching 6 of 8 classes over 2 days for each semester will not increase the length of the school day. A full-time teaching load, which is most typical across the region, will be teaching 6 periods of 8 periods each semester within a school year. Next slide, please. So starting with why. As the principals will share, adding the extra section to move from 5.5 to 6.0 without reducing staffing will create flexibilities that do not currently exist. Next slide, please. So I'd like to invite Mr. Olson to the stand, please.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So we've already been working on this for several months at Air Academy High. In fact, we've been working on it for several years because we thought we were doing this in the previous 2 school years. And what I want to convey is this is not going to be a top-down decision. We are working collaboratively with our teachers to make this work for them and our students. One of the things that we're looking at doing is giving every child an opportunity to reach calculus in high school. Right now, students that come in at Algebra 1, unless they take summer school, they don't have a path to get to calculus. And for some students, that's fine. But for some students, they want to experience that level of rigor while they're in high school. And so one of the things that was the idea of our math department was to double block because they have the extra time to do that. So that's one of the options. Other options that we're looking at are support classes, not just for our struggling students, But one of the areas that we see a drastic need for is to support our top achieving students because they need extra time to access help. And so one of the ideas that our social studies department is having is possibly having an AP lab for students that need extra support, learning how to write the responses that they need, learning to get their thoughts organized, and to give them that extra support. Other ideas that we are toying with are to create an English intervention center, much like we have our math intervention center. I believe they already have that at Rampart High School, and so we're looking to do things like that. For some teachers in some departments, they have expressed they would rather take that extra staffing, that extra class, keep the same number of students, but spread that over 8 blocks and actually teach an extra academic class and lower their class sizes. That would be their decision. And so we're working collaboratively with our teacher leaders to create schedules that are going to be in the best interest for our students, but also support the needs of our staff.
Mr. Olson, real quick, could you explain, finish your thought, but then just talk, what's double block mean? Just so everybody in here knows what you mean by double block.
Right, so students, if they chose that path, they would be able to take Algebra 1 and Geometry the same year. And so we would have 2 teachers teach a group of students. They would teach Algebra 1 first semester because they have to have 2 blocks to do that. And then they would teach Geometry that second semester so that they can reach Calculus by the time.
So it'd be like, instead of alternating, it'd be like Algebra every day.
Exactly.
For one semester instead of a whole year, every other day.
And then Geometry second semester. Another idea our math department kicked around was to have Algebra 1 taught second semester, or Algebra 1 first semester taught second semester, to catch those students that fell behind first semester. So they are all over the place on what they want to do, but they are actually energized by this proposal. We have some staff members that are resistant to it, obviously. But out of my 87 certified staff members, the petition that went around, I believe 30 signed that they were not in support of this. The majority of my staff are actually in support of this. They're not here speaking to you, all right? They're at home. They're the silent majority in my building. They didn't shut down the district. Air Academy teachers did not shut down the district tomorrow. They were here for our kids. And I am proud of my teachers. I am proud of my teachers at Air Academy High. They are not behind this. They are in it for the kids. I have the best teachers in the state of Colorado, and I will go to war with them every second of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Aspen Valley. Ms. Robin Koldenhoven.
Go Cadets. Teasing. Aspen Valley, and you'll hear us here in just a little bit, if our proposal goes forward where NOP joins us, then Aspen Valley also will be going to an alternating block starting the 22-23 year, where our teachers will teach 6 out of 8. And it allows us to do all that Dan had mentioned. What's interesting, though, that I would point out is currently our teachers are teaching with less planned time than what will be proposed. So for our teachers, it's actually a win. It's an advantage to go to 6 of 8. So we're very excited to join the rest of the district to allow Partnership Academy on our campus and increase the capacity and really partner with our sister schools.
Thank you, Robin. Next slide, please. Discovery Canyon. Dr. Wallstrom.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us here tonight. Like Dan mentioned, we've been having this discussion at Discovery Canyon campus for the past couple years, but very intentionally over the last 6 months. One of the things we really value at Discovery Canyon campus is collaborative consensus decision-making among the department chairs. And so as we move to transition to this change, I have already been working with the department chairs around what that transition will look like. So again, we're working together with the teachers. The department members give their feedback to the department chairs, and we have discussions in our department chairs meeting, and we'll be looking to expand opportunities for students. And so that's context for where we're at in terms of making these changes and looking at what we're going to do with the additional opportunities given to us. We value debate, discussion, and discourse at Discovery Canyon. So I'm confident we'll get to a good place, like Mr. Gregory talked about, in terms of what this looks like for both students and for teachers. In terms of some of our ideas, we have some unique opportunities at Discovery Canyon with the International Baccalaureate program. This would give us an opportunity to give teachers release time to coordinate and do some of the programming that's involved. For example, in our career-related program, we have language development, we have personal and professional skills, we have other projects that students are required to do as part of that programming, and that requires coordination and instruction and support for those students, and teachers during those times could use that time to support students in that. Also, additional release periods for teacher leadership opportunities. One of the things we really value at Discovery Canyon campus is teacher leadership and building teacher capacity to be leaders within the building. And having this release time allows people to be professional learning team leads, digital learning coaches, new teacher mentors, professional learning team coaches, special education co-teacher coaches, and strength finder coaches. And so again, that time gives people opportunity to lead. It gives opportunity to improve instruction, to address the 4 essential questions of our professional learning community, and give that valuable time that Mr. Gregory talked about. Lower class sizes, not necessarily less students total, but lower class sizes. For Discovery Canyon campus this year, moving to 6 to 8 will help mitigate the impact on students, staff, program, and our mission due to reduced staffing as a result of declining enrollment. And so this move will allow me to maintain staffing and to maintain the teacher staff that I have, because additional sections will be allocated to the teachers currently on staff. And that means that I don't have to hire as many teachers, which means I can save that staffing and save jobs. Additional support for the Discovery Canyon Campus Intervention Center. We have an intervention center with an intervention coordinator, and students have the opportunity or are invited or intervened to go to the intervention center around math particularly and language arts. But we're looking to maybe use that additional time, like Mr. Olson was talking about, to have teachers come and be tutors for their time in the intervention center. So we currently have some paraprofessionals doing that and our intervention coordinator. We also want to expand to science and our world languages, which are Spanish, French, and Mandarin. And so again, another opportunity for supporting students and giving teachers an opportunity to connect with students. It eliminates the need for teacher changes at a semester and year-long courses. And of course, this provides continuity, consistency, and relationship building opportunities. And lastly, more students accessing coursework, since there are additional sections that will be offered of classes rather than having students have to enroll in study halls or be an office assistant or a teacher assistant due to limited sections or full class sections. So we really will be hopefully expanding opportunities, particularly in the elective areas, where students can not only do those very important core classes, but can also engage in those elective classes that are an important part of the comprehensive high school experience. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Wallstrom. Mr. Timmig, come on down with Liberty. Next slide, thank you.
Good evening. So at Liberty, I'll be honest with you, it's my 30th year in education, and I'm the longest standing building administrator in the district. And so I say that not just because to show my age of how old I am, but to let you know that I've lived through a lot of different things that have happened over my 30-year career, 26 of which have been in District 20. And I can tell you part of what we deal with is the evolution of our profession. And it doesn't change, it doesn't stop, it doesn't do any of that. So as we look at this, I'll be honest, I didn't do a lot of planning for this because I wasn't sure if it was going to happen. And what it's done when we've done that in previous years, when we said it's definitely going to happen, it creates a lot of concern, animosity, frustration, anxiety, everything amongst teachers. So until we actually say we're going to do it, then we'll sit down and do it.
What I feel very confidently about in being at Liberty for the last 20 years is that I also have an amazing staff who will sit down and do what's best for kids. We may not always agree on what direction that needs to look like for everyone, but we want to make sure that I believe every single person will stand at the front door and welcome all of our kids in and say we want to do what's best for kids. So knowing that and looking at what we've been through in this pandemic and what we would call, I don't know if really the word is learning loss, it's learning that never even took place. We've got to do some recovery. We've got some recovery work, and every school needs to do some recovery work back into helping our kids learn how to learn once again and getting back to that point. So some of doing that is trying to reduce some class sizes possibly. I, like the rest of them, am not going to do this in a vacuum. I'm not going to sit in my office and make all the decisions. I want to sit with my staff, and I would like to have the autonomy to be able to do that, which why I know this is a recorded meeting. I don't want to commit to anything today of what we're going to do in our school. What I want to be able to do is sit down once we get our enrollment numbers, because we have a very student-driven schedule. So we look at what is it that kids want to take, and that's where we want to put our energy and efforts. I don't like to turn away kids that really want to take something because it's just not possible or we don't have the resources to do so. And so when we look at stuff like that, I want to wait. Let's get all the numbers, and I want to be very methodical in looking at what is best for our kids and what also can, at the best that we can, support our staff. I can guarantee you I could pull pretty much my entire teachers and say, would you rather teach 11 or would you rather teach 12? I can't think of a single person that goes, oh, please give me 12, I'm bored, I have nothing to do. We know that they are busy. We know that they're overrun. We know that they're inundated. We know that we've got people losing the profession. I know that better probably than most. I've hired 60 teachers since March. Okay, because INRs, everything else, we've had to go back through that entire process and go through that all over again. So I want to retain. I love this profession. This is the most noble profession anyone could ever be in. And I don't want to lose my new teachers. And I've already lost 3. I lost 1 who read it tonight. And that kills me, breaks my heart when things like that happen. And I don't want those things to happen. I can't control the money part. I can try to control the environment part as best I can and try to really work with our staff and have that group kick in and say, yeah, Alan, we're here for kids. We will take care of that. Let's see what we need to do to make sure that we also take care of ourselves. So I will put on there that part of that is I want some coaching for new teachers. When we are overrun and outgunned and we don't have a PLC schedule that supports where our departments can come together and my entire social studies department can sit together and mentor those new teachers. I have to teach social studies every block. Okay, our school is big and I don't have enough rooms to be able to allow all that stuff to happen. So what I need more than anything is a PLC schedule. I need something that's going to support so that our teachers can spend that time working together and they're not having to give up their own personal planning period to spend that time doing PLC work and doing whatever, or doing it for 15 minutes at lunch, or trying to catch who can ever do it before school or after school. So I know I'm stepping off out of that part just a little bit of 6 of 8. But what that would do is if we could move to a schedule like that, it would allow them to have that dedicated period that they can really work on their craft, working on those pieces and not having to worry about trying to chase down their colleagues to see if they're all on the same page and where we're working together. And that's where I think we really need to do. I know the district is committed in trying to do everything they can to keep our teachers. I strongly believe in it. Hell, if I didn't believe in District 20, I wouldn't put Liberty on my wrist. And I'm telling you, I do it because I so strongly believe in this school and this school district. And I know we will do the right thing. And this is very emotional. It's very emotional for me as well. Okay, because I see it. I see it both ways, and I see where that thing sits. But for our sustainability of our profession, we're going to have to do something in order to make sure that we continue to meet the needs of our kids. And if that means moving to 6 of 8 is the best approach to do that, then that's exactly what we need to do. And I trust my colleagues that I work with on a daily basis to help us process through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timmick. Next, we have Ms. Cormany. Mrs. Cormany from Pine Creek. Slide, please.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. Unlike my colleagues, I'm brand new. So my time working with my faculty and my staff has been way more limited, but at the same time has also been intentional. So what I provided for you was the conversation that we have had. It's been a very collaborative conversation since the possibility came to light. So I've been able to meet collectively with our leadership team in the building and to make sure that everybody was able to have their own say, because our departments are very different and need very different things. Across the board would be the smaller class sizes. I think that is a huge allure for everybody, for our students, for our staff, for our families. There's nothing that you can say that's a negative thing about smaller class sizes. Our interventions in regards to English and math. So we already have a math access center, which we call our PAL lab. And so we have found that coming back off of COVID, at the semester, we had to be very reactionary to be able to fill in the academic gaps that our students had. So we had to renegotiate schedules for our kids to make sure that they were in the right math section, whether they were just not going to be successful in Algebra 1, whether they needed assistance to have a co-seated classroom with a SPED teacher. And so a lot of that stuff was done at the semester, which is not great, but still not something that we could ignore. So our math department would like to, our plan is to add a consumer math, an applied geometry, applied algebra, and an algebra skills class into the schedule that takes the place of that extra semester that they will be teaching. And what this does is it just identifies kids that are struggling already at the math area, and it allows them to be paired up with the kids that have the same struggles that they have, or maybe with some of our SPED teachers, so that they're co-taught classes ahead of time. So those would go into place initially instead of reactionary. And then the PAL lab would be something that would still be used to assist kids who are struggling in math, but it would be a little bit more directed, and we can address that on a regular basis instead of just during their study halls when they're pulled out. The English labs would be put into place for our freshman and sophomore English classes, and these would be basically everyday English classes. So kids would be identified to be in their English 1 class and their English lab for freshmen, so that they have an everyday English idea, so that they can fill the gaps that we've seen also, but that they get that continuous education and that continuous information for our English kids that are struggling in that area. In addition to that, we are looking at the English department wants to do a writing lab. So an all-school writing lab that a teacher would man before school for 45 minutes every day, and another teacher would man after school for 45 minutes every day. And this would be an all-school writing lab. So any kid could come in, have their paper vetted, review of the format that was requested. So something that kids could go in before and after school if they needed an additional assistance in an English class or a DBQ requirement that they were just struggling with, and that they could just have another set of eyes on that in the writing lab for all kids. The PAL lab, like I said already, we already have math assistants for our kids from 7 to 3:30 p.m. This was a voluntary thing before, and so now this will be included as part of their 6 of 8, which I think is super important. Additional electives at Pine Creek is super important for a variety of reasons. We are gigantic. We are not getting any smaller, and I really need the space, and I think our teachers really believe this as well. We need the ability to offer these classes to our kids on a consistent basis and have that for them so that they have access to that, so they don't have to take study hall or partials. And so having the 6 of 8 allows our teachers to really pick up the electives that they have created from the beginning, or things that they love, and offer those to kids, which I think is an important element of the academic, just well-roundedness for our kids. I mean, the basics are super important, but sometimes there's nothing better than teaching a group of kids who have chosen to be there instead of have been put in that class. The 2 preps for teachers, 3 if requested. right now our teachers kind of teach all over the place, and the philosophy has been, like was stated before, it's a student-driven schedule without a doubt. But what I've also seen is it's a student-driven schedule regardless. And our philosophy is we want to meet the needs of our kids, but not at the risk of our teachers. And so our promise, without a doubt a promise, is that our teachers would have 2 preps, and then they really have to have a conversation with me if they want to have 3. And that can look very different. And we're having individual conversations with teachers. Some of them like the varied, on each day, that their blue day and their green day has a variety of different courses that they offer. Some of them would just prefer to teach, their honors geometry on a blue day and then their applied geometry on the green day. It just allows them one prep to prepare for. And each teacher is different. And so we're having that conversation with them just so that they feel heard and respected, and that they know that we're working with them to make what's best for kids also something that makes them feel successful as well. We are removing our guided study hall class for our freshmen and adding a freshman success class. This is a volunteer basis only by teachers. So teachers can volunteer to be a part of the success class. It'll be a cap of 20 kids. The focus on that is so they can build relationships with those 20 freshmen, and that is absolutely by design. We're kind of stealing it from the academic success class, which is the last bullet, which has been already in place. We offer 8 sections of this, and this is a hand-selected group of kids that really has a focus on filling in their academic gaps. They're behind from the beginning, and so that idea that we have stolen from these teachers that had this in place before I was even here was to create that for all freshmen so that they have the opportunity to have that experience. We can cover a bunch of different things in there. We can do social emotional. We can include some AVID strategies for kids who may not be an AVID, and just give them that one adult that they know that they have at all times. Obviously, the objective of that is to graduate from that at semester, but some kids are going to want to stay, and so we'd like to honor that as well. But that's not really a prep class for teachers that would fill that last spot. It's really something that they want to do. Like I said, it's a volunteer one. We're not making anybody do that. And we've had a lot of teachers reach out with the desire to lead that group of 20 and a couple sections even if that was possible. So that's kind of our ideas. Like I said, we have a lot of ideas in place that people have decided on, so we're able to commit to that if this is where we go to, that I think is absolutely student driven, but also keeps in mind the sanity and well-being of our teachers, which obviously is the most important as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Next slide, please. And Mr. Alvarez. Rampart High School. You have a longer walk.
Yeah, I got shorter legs, being the shortest administrator of the high school principals. How long do I have? Like 15, 20 minutes? Sound good? 2 hours. I'm going to filibuster this thing. All right. First off, wow, interesting day, to say the least. I'd like to disagree with Mr. Olson. Rampart has the best teachers in the state. Well, maybe the Air Academy does too, but I stand by my teachers as well. And I know that a lot of my teachers probably called in. But what I will say is that I welcome that discord, because I think that it brings the importance to the forefront of this conversation that we're having, which is a conversation about our kids and our students. And I know that my teachers love their school. I love my school. This is my 12th year as principal of Rampart, and it's been a long journey, and I've really grown to see my school as family. And there's a lot of days that I spend more hours with my Rampart family than I do with Mrs. Alvarez, much to her chagrin. And so, tonight is one of those things, and what we do is important. I could give you a laundry list of things that we've talked about, but my colleagues took all those ideas because they went first. And I really don't have anything to add in terms to the material pieces of what a 6 of 8 schedule would add. Seminars, we double block algebra and geometry already, interventions, adding to our Mac lab, doing a mentor type program. I mean, all those things are on the table for us as well. But most importantly, what we are doing is having a conversation in our building. We are having a dialogue about how the experts in my building, who are my teachers, can utilize this moving forward. And so, you know, along the lines of what Alan said, it's a conversation that's ongoing to see where we land. I want to enter into a partnership with my teaching staff about how to use this, because I want them to have the ownership of it, because they are the professionals that we entrust day in, day out, to not just teach subject matter, but to teach kids and to help move them forward to be better, more contributing, more complete individuals, and graduate from D20 and make us proud. So I definitely see a lot of good uses for our 6 of 8 proposal. But I also, like I said, I want to do it in conjunction with my teachers and have that conversation with my teachers. That'll be ongoing. We've already had a few meetings that have been productive, and look for those to continue, you know, through the remainder of the year to see where it is we land. So with that, I'll recede my 15 minutes that I have left to talk and move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Next slide, please. So really, at this point, what questions do you have?
Board, Mr. Salt.
Thank you. So I had a couple of questions. One was specifically, we've heard the concept of dispersion and reducing class sizes as one of the benefits of the 6 of 8 schedule. I'm curious if there's ways or plans to implement some sort of a cap to make sure that doesn't grow. We have a growing district. We have several schools that are growing, and if we create more capacity, we will fill that capacity. And so my question is, are there caps, or are there plans to put caps in place to make sure that doesn't happen here?
Right. So at this time, I don't think we've had conversation much about caps, but the whole idea of reducing by having more sections, Mr. Alvarez, and then I can repeat. You want to come up?
Short legs. You're tired. And so one of the things I would say about caps is that it really is dependent on how we utilize that staffing. So if you look at it that a 0.5, if you have 12 teachers in a department, that's essentially an additional TE, is how I've equated it. And Alan's our accountant guy. Is that about right? And so when you look at it in that manner, and you start making decisions, and we create these laundry lists of items that we want to employ, it really is going to be dependent on where we put it. So that if, for instance, I have 14 English teachers, I believe, in my department last time I checked. And so with that, I'll have an additional 1.1 TE. Once you start spending that, it takes away from the ability to draw down your class size. So if the English department decides we want to take our 1.1 TE that we've gained by having this change to 6.8 and apply it all towards 9th grade English, that's something that we could do. But then when we begin to start talking about doing interventions, or doing coaching, or doing study halls, or doing these other components, it'll draw that number back up, because it'll reduce the amount of TE that you have to apply to a 9th or 10th grade English class, for instance, to lower a size. And it would be difficult, I think, for us as principals to say, we'll cap it here, because we don't want to create promises for staff that we then have to break. And so I think we just need to be careful about that when we start to promise about caps or numbers or hard, you know, until we have it in place next year. So.
Thank you. I completely understand, but again, I just know as we create capacity, we can fill capacity, and so that's just a concern that I have. The other question that I had was, so I ended up sitting down with a teacher from Pine Creek for a little over 2.5 hours to discuss this exact issue. And one of the ideas through the dialogue that we came up with, and I just wanted to pose it, I don't know if this is a possibility or not, but is there an option to assign academic clubs to those extra time to the extra, class period, to help offset some of the time they're spending outside of the classroom. I know one of the issues that we specifically came up with was the lady who teaches the speech and debate class and how she spends so much time with that outside of class. And so the question really was, could we dedicate some of their time during the class day to that class to provide that opportunity, and even maybe even expand some of the opportunities and the times that they spend with the debate and speech club, maybe even making it more successful at that point because they have much more dedicated time. That was just a question that we were floating.
I don't think so. I don't know the answer to that for sure, because I'm not sure that you can have clubs that meet during the same time as the academic times. We do have an activity Wednesday, so we have built a time in our schedule so that clubs can meet during the school day, so that teachers don't have to do it before or after school and kids don't have to do it before or after school. And then we triage it. So the first Wednesday of each month, there's these 6 clubs, and then the next, so that kids can be a part of several of them. But I don't think that you can, but of course, I'm the new person. Hello. I really don't know the answer to that. So sorry.
No, that's totally fine. Like I said, it was just an idea that we were tossing around.
Yeah. So I guess one thing is it does create a lot more flexibility to have the 6 of 8. But I'm seeing from principals that no, they're probably not going that direction with having clubs during the academic time, right? Really focusing on academic and exploratory or elective classes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Ms. Cloninger.
I had to find my mute button. Thank you. I appreciate all of the principals being here or there. And I'm grateful to hear from you. I just want to say, and I guess maybe some of my stuff is more statement than question, but my concern right off the bat is the mental health of our teachers. I left tonight because of my own mental health issue, and I believe that we've all been through and have been through a trauma with the past couple of years, and I worry about that. I worry about, and I know you all do too. I'm not trying to say I'm the only one thinking about this, but I do believe that there is, here we're sitting 2 hours into our meeting listening to 40 teachers or however many, 20 teachers. And the call to cancel the high schools tomorrow. I mean, there's a gap in what we're hearing and what we're seeing communicated to the teachers. And so that is a concern to me. I appreciate Mr. Timig about kind of putting things on pause as far as the needing to get through our registration piece first, because I think that we can't know what we need as far as FTE or class schedules or anything like that until we know how many kids are going to be in our school. I know that all of these things are things that you've thought of, and I certainly believe that you're all much smarter than I am about how and whys and all of that. But I right now feel like the communication has been something that is difficult to reconcile. And so I guess I would just ask you principals to say what kind of, how do we get past this? How do we make this gap close? Because I think it goes way beyond just, you saying, here's my plan in this meeting, and I appreciate it, but the teachers are also saying in this meeting, I quit and I'm frustrated and all the things. So I'm perplexed. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Calandra. I think one thing that I am proud of and what we heard tonight from the principals is the commitment to sitting at the table and having conversations with our staff and really planning the best path forward. knowing that this is a challenge, right? But I'm really proud of that focus and commitment on behalf of our principals.
Mr. Temby.
Not to sound redundant, but Ms. Cloninger kind of captured my thoughts. You know, in my mind, we really have two issues. One is we have this overarching great resignation, a dearth of labor, a dearth of a pipeline and all that. And then we've got X amount of resources. So on one hand, I have consummate faith in our site-based leadership and teams doing this collaboratively and figuring it out. But from a macro standpoint, I think as a district, we've got to step up our strategy. And I know Cameron Smart, the whole administration team, led by our superintendent, have this front of mind, the attraction and retention of teachers. These are big issues in concert. And so we're trying to find equilibrium here for now, right? But we've got to figure out one thing. We're at an inflection point nationally. We're microcosmic to it. So I think as a board, we need to support this dialogue with the superintendent and figure out what we're doing to sustain the excellence of this district, making decisions about this district, not always just benchmarking it against other districts. What are the differentiators for us? Part of it is a highly collaborative model, site-based standpoint. And what do we need to do to differentiate ourselves in the marketplace for the retention, attraction of talent? So these are the issues for me that are most important because I think about our ends. Our ends are preparing kids for post-secondary success. While it's about the kids, we've got to worry about how we get there for the kids. And this board's highest priority in my mind is solving that issue. So that's where I'm dedicating my time and mental energy moving forward. So just a comment. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much to add. I did have a quick question, and I think I know the answer from Ms. Cormany. These freshman success classes and the academic success classes, I assume those go towards the, I believe you said 54 credits to graduate. Those are, if you will, full-up classes?
Yes, and it's 50 classes,
50,
and that will be towards their graduation courses, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify.
Sure.
I just want to, again, echo, thank you, each of you, for being here and for sharing your heart. Thank you, Mr. Temby, because I couldn't agree more. It is an inflection point nationally, and we are a microcosm. We are doing the best we can. I firmly believe that everybody is trying to do the right thing for kids, and we need teachers, great teachers like we have. Did Ms. Cloninger, was she on? Did she?
I'm on.
Okay, I just wanted. Oh, I didn't know if you had anything else. Thank you.
No, I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I would just, if the board's done, just to close on a few concepts, because as I look this through, I know I see Liberty, and there's some great people sitting in this room. Sorry, missed I see some teachers that are in our district sitting in this room, and they're great teachers and they're great people. And I know there's a lot of them online. And I know my personal opinion is I think it's a more complicated web than one thing. It's many things. It's many layers. When we reach frustration, it's not because of one thing. It's because of many things. And these are many things that we need to work on. We is not just the school district, we is the community also. I've talked to, I had a great conversation with the science teacher at Liberty the other day, and he was very eloquent in expressing these layers. And I get it. I once was a teacher, and some of it's changed, some of it hasn't. But I think trust is a huge deal. Community trust in teachers. That's a big deal. We've got to have that because that's a layer of that frustration. I think pay is a big deal. That's a layer of frustration. We'll have more discussions about this as we go forward, but our benefit program is a big deal to some, right? Those who need it. So without going any further, I will just say there's a few commitments. I don't know if it helps, but Mr. Tembe is exactly right. The attract and retain piece, and it's not new, right? We've talked about attract and retain for my whole career. But I will say this week I got if it helps at all, this week I got the report from the, lack of a better term, PLC committee with a recommendation to me to implement a strategy for implementing PLCs next year. We've talked about that along with the calendar. I did receive the recommendation, so that's a priority because we've talked about time. Time is an issue, and if we can free up some of the time that's being used before school, after school, lunch, planning periods, whatever it is, and dedicate some PLC time for this, for teachers to talk with each other intentionally and purposefully, that's protected, then I think that's a small step in the right direction. Is it a solution? No, because it's one of the pieces, not many of the pieces. I will say that I think we've made a commitment, and Ms. Allen, I don't want to steal your thunder in any way, but we are going to be reviewing some of our leave policies. They've been around for a long time. Bree, probably since you were in elementary school. They've not had much change over that time, and our world has changed a lot. And we've heard about the frustration that goes along with teaching and time. So one of the components we're going to look at, not one, there's multiple components we'll look at within our leave policies that might be helpful. And I should say procedures also. And then certainly at the top of the list is what we could do with salaries. And again, that's the wand thing. I wish that I could just make stuff happen, or Ms. Allen could make stuff happen. We could have money trees out in the back and water them like crazy and help us out. It's a bit more complicated than that. But know that, and I think I'll say this to everybody in here. I've already told our cabinet, and I will inform the board, I guess now that, and I don't think there's any disagreement, that salaries will be the #1 priority for us. But again, I don't know what the expectation is. That's hard. And again, it's a layer. It's not the solution, but maybe several of these put together it certainly makes more progress than any one of them alone. So just know that of all the things that have been said over the essentially not just the last few weeks, but the last 3 years around this and similar topics, it feels like at least Colorado is in a decent place at the state level as far as revenue goes, to where maybe public education in Colorado will get, I won't say a fair share, but a bigger slice because it's very competitive. There are lots of needs in Colorado, but know that we're at the table, fighting for not just District 20, but for public education in Colorado and its funding. So anyways, sorry to go on so long, but just know that that's my perspective, at least. There are many layers that we have to address, and there isn't just one fix to it. And we committed to do that. The other commitment I would make last is budget process. Ms. Fox, you might enjoy this one, but Ms. Allen has committed to, those of you who are internal to the district, remember the budget memos, you see budget memos in the past. Maybe there's a twist on that this year, and we'll actually do, since now we're experts at meeting virtually, kind of virtual updates with staff throughout the budget process, where there could be a little bit more interaction and a little bit more information shared than what can be printed on a piece of paper. So know that that's going to happen too. So thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. And just to add one more thing, one of the key questions that I asked, one of the first questions that I asked when this first came up was, we are taking away the override and the opportunity for teachers to have that, essentially the overtime pay come with this. I recognize that that is going away. And so one of the things I've been working, I mentioned speaking with the Pine Creek teacher earlier, is bouncing some ideas of ways that we can help ensure that there are still those types of opportunities in the way that we change salary scales or whatever that looks like moving forward, to make sure that there is opportunity for teachers to be able to earn more if they choose to take on additional loads without adding additional sections that they're having to teach throughout the day. And so that's something that I'm gonna be proposing to some of our administrators and some of our board members here, but something that was met fairly well with some of the teachers that I spoke to. So I understand your concerns. Like I said, I heard you, and looking to find solutions that will still provide those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you.
Next is the Aspen Valley New Opportunity Programs proposal. Mr. Gregory.
Dr. Smith, please. But
yeah, as we get the presentation up.
You guys, thank you for being here.
Thank you guys for being here. Truly appreciate you.
I apologize, Dr. Smith. I think they looked like they were waiting. So.
All right, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Robin Koldenhoven, the principal of Aspen Valley Campus, as well as Ryan Bailey, the administrator of the New Opportunity Programs.
Good evening. We're going to take the direction completely different.
Hang on, Robin, we lost your voice.
Alrighty, here we go. So I would like to introduce who I brought with me, and then I'll turn it over to Ryan Bailey. I've got Robert LeBlanc. He is one of our middle school teachers of science, and while new to the district, is certainly a becoming superstar. And he's here in case you want to ask questions from a teacher's perspective. And Ryan?
Hi, I'm Ryan Bailey. I'm administrator at the New Opportunity Programs, and I have Katie Sieben here. She's our online credit recovery program coordinator, as well as a GED prep. And then we do also have another teacher over there in the back, Frank Kamilek, longtime math teacher, as well, to answer questions.
I have a one-pager that I know that the board had a chance to look over, which I appreciate, as well as a PowerPoint that we're going to walk through. If anyone's interested in this one-pager, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Smith. But I'd like to start by saying the following. I'm going to touch this again, that in the spirit of belongingness, that really is what has fueled all of, I think, the application-based / alternative programs. It certainly has fueled all the conversations that Ryan Bailey and I have had since he's taken over at NOP. It's about creating more opportunities for students that perhaps aren't finding belongingness where they are now. And perhaps with consolidated and expanded efforts, we might be able to support more belongingness. So that's what really the driver behind this. So I'm going to go ahead, if you would, please, to the next slide. I wanted to walk through again just a little bit more of what you have read ahead of time for those especially that are seeing it for the first time. Aspen Valley campus is literally just a stone's throw away, of course, but we are 25 years old, the very first school of choice, so to speak, the first alternative / application-based school in the district. And as you can see from there, we are a very small school. That's what everybody seems to know about us, but there's much more about us than just being small. But really what we are, or who we draw, are students that are choosing a non-traditional environment for one reason or another. And it's generally because they need strong relationships and they need high accountability. We do have some limitations. And if you would go to the next slide, I think that limitation is going to be very clear and apparent. We weren't always a 7th through 12th campus. We started out originally as a 10th through 12th campus, and we have expanded. And we have 2 buildings, one for middle school and one for high school. And the middle school started here, and it started as a program and since moved down to the Aspen campus. And it was started initially or originally and always has been 7th and 8th. And as you can see, 7th grade, other than maybe 1 year, has never been full. It has averaged much less than what we would want. And I have ideas, having worked with these families, working with counselors, working with administrators. I really don't believe many 6th grade and 7th grade families are ready to make the decision to change to something big and different, small and different, I guess. And I've been working this angle for 3 years now, really trying to be a good steward of the resources that the district has been so generous and gracious to offer of us. But there is no cutting out of my TE of the middle school. It is a one-team middle school. So with low numbers, I can't get rid of part of the math department because I have one. I have Robert as my science teacher. So I want to look at it and have been looking at it from a different angle. So some of the questions that you asked that we want to offer is about what do we do with 7th grade in the district? What do we do about EPP? And then what would this cost? So I will tell you that one of the big decisions for this proposal to go forward is we would dissolve 7th grade. And we would push down into our lower building. We don't know what to call it yet. We would push down and have an 8th, 9th grade school and a 10, 12th grade school. And the 7th grade alternative option in the district will continue to be Journey K-8. But again, if we look at the numbers there, it's not a huge impact, but I do recognize that that is a con, so to speak, for this proposal. So that's Aspen Valley. Ryan?
We could go to the next slide, please. So I run an administrator at the New Opportunity Programs, and we have 4 different programs within our program. So the first one is called Education Preparation Program, and that serves any student 6th through 12th grade who has been expelled in the district. We serve those students in a variety of ways currently, whether it's in person or online. We also have the Online Credit Recovery Program. So these students do not come into our building. They are students who have failed a class and they would do an online class to make up those credits. We also have GED Prep Program. Once again, these students are not being served in our building, but we do offer practice tests and then a GED program to support them. And then they would, once they're ready, they would disenroll from the district and take the GED. And finally, where we have the most students that attend in person is the Partnership Academy. So these, once again, are very similar students to students that would be served at Aspen Valley. They're choosing a non-traditional option. What's nice about this program is that they do 1 block day with their home school, Liberty, for example, and then 1 day with us. So they're getting the in-person instruction, small class size in math, English, and social studies, but also still being able to be a part of their community at Liberty, whatever that may be, or whatever school, whether that's clubs, their social group, athletics. Our current numbers in those programs as of today, in the EPP program, we do have 5 students right now, 4 of which attend class in person, 1 of which attends online. We have 305 students that have been served thus far this year in the Online Credit Recovery Program, 50 students who have served in the GED Prep Program so far this year, and we are currently at capacity with our Partnership Academy with 48 students. So those are some of the numbers. Next slide, please. And so this is just kind of more details. We are located within.
Right, can I interrupt real quick?
Absolutely.
Can you talk a little about why we have an EPP program?
Sure.
Statutory is what I'm.
Yes, correct. So we are required by law to serve students who have been expelled from the district in some capacity. The district has for a long time provided that in-person instruction or the as well as combination with online to support the kids to help them to find success. Thank you. So we are located within the bus barn or transportation center. We've got 2 portables out there. It's a nice place, but we're separate from everywhere. We have 1 administrator, 4 licensed teachers, and a classified staff. And then we do have quite a few constraints, and that's kind of part of what this proposal is about. We do not have a counselor. We do not have full-time security. Ironically, within the transportation center, we do not have buses for students to come. And then I am the only administrator, and so if I do have to be out of the building for meetings, we need administrators to come and support. And there's just not a lot of opportunity for growth, minimal opportunity for professional collaboration. Once again, really just due to the nature of where we are. We're out in the bus barn, and so those are some of our constraints. So I'll let Robin go over our proposal.
Next slide, please. And then we can, there we go. So the proposal is to bring NOP and all of those programs underneath that over to the Aspen Valley campus. We have an opportunity this year that, first of all, Ryan Bailey is a former teacher of Aspen Valley. He knows us intimately. He now knows NOP intimately. And we have an opportunity where we have a portable on site that is open. And we have, it's not an opportunity perhaps, but it has presented itself at 7th grade that we can perhaps do something different. So the proposal will be, or is, to dissolve, as I mentioned, 7th grade. It is to move 8th down, 9th and 8th together into that lower building. And with NOP on campus, then we can have Partnership Academy in our high school building, and eventually our teachers working together for all students who choose to come to an alternative campus. We're going to take this in tiers. So the first year is really just about the logistics and managing what does this mean and look like, with eventual hope to truly become one alternative campus. In time, we hope to hire a 1.0 science teacher, but the initial cost of this plan is, other than remodeling the current portable so that we can fit Partnership Academy and all their other programs in there, is minimal. No cost other than the remodel, no additional TE. So again, back to being good stewards of our resources and really providing more opportunities, one consolidated campus. It's not fractured and what do they do and what do we do? It's really about partnering, to use that word again, together and working together to bring students over to our campus. Next slide, please. This just shows, again, if we were to combine our efforts and combine our resources, what it would look like. Ryan and I would take care of each other, and the school, when each other needs that, we would have the double administrator support, and we would have, and he would have a department finally for his teachers. My departments would grow and be able to work together and collectively on what does good alternative and non-traditional education look like. So those are the numbers there, bringing us all together. Next slide, I believe, is Ryan's. And the next big question is EPP.
Yep. So what our current model is, all students are currently on a safety plan who have students who have been expelled. Right now we have staff there to support the students in person. And students who have committed a violation that is violent in nature, per our legal counsel, will be served 100% online. So students that we do not feel are safe to be in the building at the time are going to be online, and that's always been that way. And students, we currently have students on campus at the same time as non-expulsion students, and they never interact. And so that's what the current model is. What we're proposing is very similar. The students will still be on the safety plan. We're just proposing that we meet each kid individually and provide the support that they need. So that's going to look like maybe 100% online. We now have synchronous and asynchronous options that we've explored, so that maybe that might be asynchronous for a student who can be successful completely independently. Maybe it's going to be a synchronous option with a live access to a teacher. Once again, that's never going to be interacting with a non-expulsion student. And maybe there are students who need that in person. We know that there are students who need that in person instruction, and we're going to provide that outside of school hours on an individual basis, but we're going to do that working with the families to provide the resources that those students need. And so with us coming on to the campus of Aspen Valley, expulsion students who are on expulsion will not be in building during the school day when other students are there. We will work individualized to tailor that education for those students to make sure that everyone is safe, both students on expulsion and non-students. I think I covered everything on that. Yeah. Next slide. Just general pros and cons. Really what we're talking about is we have our non-traditional education in one place. I think that's going to be a huge benefit for our students, huge benefit for our staff, huge benefit for our district. We're going to have a lot more resources available, more teachers available to support both programs. We've talking about expanding programs, having potentially night classes, talking about potentially having a gradual reentry program. Students who are in facility cannot return back immediately to a large school setting. It's going to be extremely detrimental for them. what can we offer with all the alternative options that we have with online credit recovery, having kids come in maybe one class for a month or two, and then they come in person 2 classes, slowly help them to re-enter. But there are some cons. Once again, we talked about there's going to be reduced non-traditional offerings for 7th grade. We still have the Journey K-8, but we are reducing that. We're going to have 2 different staffs coming together, so we're going to be working together with that culture, as well as those one-time financial resources. But we do want to be clear that we're trying to maximize resources. There is no additional TE required to do this for that first year. We'd love to get a science teacher at some point if that's possible. And beyond that first year, there's no additional budgetary requirements or any other costs beyond the one-time move that next year. I think we got one more slide, please.
And the timeline is that we would hope to get this done by August. We are honoring that hierarchy of talking to all those that ought to be involved. And we have dropped certainly quite a bit of information to our staffs, but they're eager to start planning, and we aren't ready yet, but we would like to get rolled out so that we can start announcing this to our community. There will be an impact. 7th graders next year at Aspen Valley will not be the top dogs. Now all of a sudden 9th graders going to be there. 8th graders that are at Aspen Valley now will not go to the high school up the parking lot. They'll stay right there. It's like that roll-up process that some elementary kids get to do. So they have to decide if they want to stay or not. And I recognize that that will be a big decision for those families, and I'd like to give them that information sooner rather than later. But no student will lose their seat. No student will lose their seat. And this is an opportunity for staff to really come together. And I think the last slide is questions.
Mr. Temby.
Robin and Ryan, great job. This one was a great presentation, but it's a great idea. I was going to ask Ryan a question. Being at the bus barn and modulars, there's got to be a sense for some of the students who would be co-makers, that they're not as isolated. So more of a community for them. Do you see benefits or need for that with that population?
Absolutely. I think this is a huge opportunity to grow and build in the community. I did have a student who came to do a consultation on Monday and didn't get out of the car. She had some anxiety issues, but one of the comments she made to her parent was, "It kind of looks like a prison," just because there's the barbed wire on the fence behind, and it doesn't really. But I mean,
that's to keep Brett Smith out. Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, absolutely, and I think that's going to be, we know image is super important, and that's going to be really important to our community.
Yeah. Thank you. But great job,
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I just want to echo Mr. Timby's comments. I think this was a great presentation. When I first heard it, I was like, let's hear what they have to say. I don't know that much about some of these programs, so I was really excited to hear about them and then how you guys are working together. I think this is a brilliant idea. I love that you guys are working together to come up with a really strong solution that's really going to benefit our community. So I just want to thank both of you for the time and effort that you've put into this, both on the planning stage and the presentation and moving forward. I think this is a great proposal. I'm really excited about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both. This was just kind of a thinking outside the box kind of solution. I think it's a great idea. Just curious, after the initial cost of remodeling, which doesn't sound too expensive, do we plan on this being, my sense is this going to be revenue neutral? Is that kind of what we think? Okay. So I think you're going to move one of the modulars up. Is that the plan? And then do we just move the other one from the bus barn to sell it, or do we know what we're doing?
We don't. I think the current plan is to leave it there. I imagine transportation would love more space. I don't know if that would happen, but I think the current plan is to leave it there, and then we'll see if we can pick one up. And
you'll make sure you take the better one of the two, right?
Yes, we've already established that.
I'm sure. Yeah, very good. And I'm just curious. I'm sure it's happened. I've never heard of 8th and 9th grade being combined. And have you all talked about that? Is that, I don't know why it would be an issue, but I've just never heard of that.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps Robert can answer that, but having worked at middle school and high school, there's not a lot of difference between an 8th grader and a 9th grader. And Robert could probably tell you there's a good handful of 8th graders that this is very much a benefit, that they stay right where they are before going to the high school and the big world. And we can scaffold and build on their preparedness for high school life. So they'll earn the credits. They'll have all those classes and the unpredictability of homework that is high school, but they won't have nearly the pressure of having an 18-year-old right next to them doing what they do. And I'm excited I think this is one of the most exciting pieces, is to have an alternative, non-traditional, I don't know what to call it yet though, but an 8th, 9th combo. And I think it'll in time draw people to us, but this will be the toughest year for those 8th graders that want that big high school experience. They can still go, but if they want to go to Aspen Valley High School, it's going to stay right there in that building.
Yeah, so I think what Robin was saying is that teaching that 8th and 9th grade, which you brought up, I think you hit the nail on the head there, is how do we teach kids that are getting credit recovery or just getting credits in general in 9th grade, and then also then turning our brains to the opposite direction to start teaching 8th grade again. So that's a big conversation we've been having with our staff in the middle schools. How are we going to compartmentalize that and make that successful?
I'm sure you'll do great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next is a legislative update, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, please.
Good evening. Well, I am here to, I'm very disappointed that my audience left. This is the legislative update. I can't believe they'd miss it. But nonetheless, I'm here to provide you with a legislative update for where we are with our General Assembly right now. As you may recall, back on January 12th, the General Assembly began the 2022 session, and right now that we have about 45 bills that pertain to K-12 education that we're monitoring. Last board meeting, Mr. Timby provided you with a really good federal update, and so I will share with you what's going on now at the state level. So, never any dull moments with interest in education, and if you'll look, you've all been provided a bill tracker, and so page 2, we'll start on that if you don't mind following along. House Bill 1052 has been introduced, and what this particular bill, it's promoting crisis services to students. What this bill seeks to accomplish, if you have kids, you've probably noticed that the backside of their student ID has Safe to Tell on it. This particular bill would seek to place the Colorado Crisis Services number on the back of the student ID as well. Not sure if that would replace Safe to Tell, but nonetheless, it's proposed. Good things. Safe to Tell is definitely serves a very good purpose as well. And that's what's currently on the back of those IDs. The next bill that I'll speak to is House Bill 1057. This is a para-related bill. The purpose of this bill is to help ease staff shortages. Under the current law, our para-retirement limits the number of days that our retired teachers and staff can substitute. So this bill would temporarily waive those limits and allow our para-retirees to contribute their service and work in areas of critical shortage. There's also a companion bill, House Bill 1101, that I'll talk to in just a moment, but instead of it being temporary, it seeks to help our rurals out by making it permanent. So 1057 passed third reading, no amendments, so it's moving pretty quickly through. I'll keep you posted on that. House Bill 1066. This particular bill, it's the Public Education Curriculum and Professional Development Information Bill. This particular bill would require each district to post on its website the educational materials for each grade, subject, course, a copy of any survey or non-academic assessment, analysis, evaluation that we distribute to our students. It would also require a list of devices, programs, software that our district and schools use to collect student data. And then information concerning professional development requirements for our educators that we employ. So definitely in the spirit of transparency, great purpose. However, in a district like ours where we have site-based management, that this would be very impactful, probably more impactful, because not all of that information is necessarily held and maintained centrally. So it would logistically, right now the fiscal note on that particular bill estimates that it would be about $5,000 cost to a mid-sized district. We're considered a mid-sized district. However, I don't know. It's hard to tell whether or not that is a reasonable number to consider for us to be able to comply if that becomes law. House Bill 1101 is the companion bill to 1056 that I was just talking about. I'm sorry, 1057 that I was just talking about, seeking to help ease staff shortages. This particular bill would then make permanent that would allow para-retirees to work full-time in a rural school district with no impact on their retirement benefits. This one is not moving quite as fast because 1057 would be set to expire in 2023. But nonetheless, this is one that comes right behind it that seeks to extend it. House Bill 1110, Board of Education Executive Sessions. This is very reactionary, Mr. LaValle, and I worked really hard providing testimony to our legislatures last session to ask for clarification on a sole finalist issue. And essentially at the end of the last legislative session, 211051, which was the bill that we worked on and supported and testified for, became law absent the governor's signature. Nonetheless, the legislature clarified that boards like yourselves can name a sole finalist. Here, this particular bill comes right behind and seeks to ensure that to be consistent with open meetings law, that the board would now have to name more than one finalist for for chief executive officer. That's essentially superintendent, and it's very targeted to school boards. So it doesn't implicate university boards. It's not going to implicate municipal leagues, but it would have to name more than one candidate for the finalist of superintendent, and the board has to hold a public forum to conduct interviews with each finalist. So it wants it to be an open process going forward. So I will keep you posted on that one. 1126 is a tax credit for our educators for classroom expenses. This would be a up to 5 years tax credit. It would begin in 2022 and provide for up to $500 per year for credit for classroom expenses for our teachers. And then House Bill 1186, this is our adjustments to the school funding. This is the mid-year adjustments. And this particular bill, as you know, when the long bill is and appropriations are done and the long bill is approved, it's a lot of speculative numbers. It's based on projected numbers, projected number of kids that are going to show up in school. Well, this year and last year, those numbers have not maintained according to projections. And so what this particular bill seeks to do is make adjustments to the 2021 School Finance Act to maintain total program funding. So it would appropriate money outside of the school finance formula and move that over into our at-risk pupil counts that were so low, and result in a one-time reduction in the state expenditures. So it's really to keep status quo is what it means. Should this move forward, and it is moving along, it would basically mean about $2.3 million to our district that we wouldn't otherwise have. The next bill is Senate Bill 4. This is evidence-based training in the science of reading. We all know that we have READ Act training that is required. We got a little bit of an extension because of COVID and compliance with that, but nonetheless, we are required to make sure that our teachers are receiving training in accordance with the READ Act. This particular bill would require that the principal in a school that serves kindergarten through 3rd grade would also have to take evidence-based training in reading. So I don't think anybody would argue that this would be anything but best practice, but adding training, especially for our administrators who are I mean, we heard from many of them this evening, just the many things that they're trying to accomplish in their buildings. So there's an assumption that they don't do that. And I think a lot of our administrators, the vast majority of our elementary administrators, are sitting side by side and engaging in that same training that their teachers are required to comply with. So we'll see. I guess with that said, if it does pass, well, then we've been pretty compliant if our administrators have in fact already gone through that training. Senate Bill 22 is one that I got a question about in advance. It's enactment of CRS 2021. And this just, in the sum total, enacts the soft-bound volumes of our revised statutes for 2021, and then establishes the effective date of the publication. So it's just making our laws law. Senate Bill 87, Healthy Meals for All Public School Students. This particular bill seeks to provide or maintain the free and reduced lunch program. I should say free lunch program where all kids would receive federal free meals, and districts would be reimbursed for at the federal rate for meals that they have served. While I don't think anybody would disagree that food insecurity is a barrier for at-risk children at school, it's, if you look at the fiscal note attached to this particular proposal, it's very, very expensive. So we will watch that one closely. I just don't know that it's definitely very aspirational, but extremely costly. Senate Bill 127 is special education funding. Currently, the law requires CDE to distribute $1,250 to each, it's a per pupil for each student with a disability who receives special education services to a district. This particular bill seeks to increase the amount to $1,750, so that would be an additional $500 per child with a disability. And it also increases the Tier B funding, which is a different funding level where your more impacted students, districts receive additional funds for students that have more intensive special education needs. So right now, we get roughly $2,628 per pupil for Tier B funding. We have just over 600 kids in our districts for which we receive those funds for. So this particular bill would seek to increase that tier B funding as well. So better funding for special education, and we talked about that. Spent a lot of time advocating for that in DC last month. So that is what's going on at the state level. It's still a little early, so things aren't moving too quickly just yet. We know as it gets later in the legislative session, it gets a little bit more dynamic down at the Capitol. Right now, we're still doing a lot of committee work and making amendments, and so I'll keep you posted. Answer any questions.
Mr. Timmy.
Mr. Thompson, I had a number of questions about these, just viscerally looking at this. But knowing that some of these are going to die soon and all that, I'm going to reserve it to the next go round when we really need to have a little bit of a laser focus as a district on some of this. I just think it's premature to have a lot of conjecture about some of this right now.
Yeah, it is still early.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I just want to say specifically with House Bill 1052, that's the IDs. I thought that was just a phenomenal idea. No, I don't think anything would preclude us from keeping the safe to tell information on the back. It would just be the addition of the other information. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. So, I mean, what would that look like? Would it kind of look like a yin and a yang and have, I don't know. Safe to Tell serves a slightly different purpose than the Colorado Crisis Services. So to argue against that, I would agree. We want kids to access those resources.
Any kind of resource we can provide them would be beneficial.
Can't say the argument against it has been confusion. That right now you look on the back of an ID card and it's safe to tell. There's no doubt about it. Does a kid know the difference between the safe to tell number and now this other number that are both on the back of the ID card, which, you know, probably has some legitimacy, but so there's some, that's really it's the only negative I've heard to it, or I don't know if negative is the right word, but challenge is, you know, is there just a confusion? I mean, generally when somebody needs one of those kind of numbers, it's kind of immediate, and there's just some question about confusion.
Sure, that makes sense. Thank you. And then with 1066, I think there's a lot of stuff that's specifically in that bill. I don't know that all of it is particularly necessary, but I do like the transparency side of that. Question that I had is, as I know we have the site-based model and we were talking about centralizing that information. So the question that I have really is, would it be sufficient to put it on each of the schools' sites, or would it have to be on a district page that listed it all out? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, I think I might have to defer a little bit to Ms. Cortez simply because she helps with maintenance of websites, and so I don't know if schools maintain their own websites or if that's all centrally done by our department.
I was gonna say I know that talking about the school website versus the district website is really kind of a false dichotomy because it's all kind of incorporated the same. It was more about making sure that the parents at the respective schools would have access to that information instead of having to go to a district site that had a long list of curriculum or whatever. If they just went to their own school site, it would be a much shorter list and easier for them to access that information. And that was really sort of the base of my question.
Yeah, and when you look at the details, just a list of devices, programs, software, gosh, that could be pretty lengthy from place to place, depending upon, you know, what tools they're using in their classrooms. I think in the spirit of transparency, definitely there's, but managing it from a pragmatic perspective, I just don't know what that would look like for our district. Certainly.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Yeah, I too thought that 1052, the ID, seemed like I just said, a reasonable, very cheap idea. Please do Do you think 1110, the one trying to basically undermine what we did last year, I see there's only one sponsor. Is there any, is there any traction?
I don't know. It definitely appears to be reactionary to 21-1051 that passed last session.
Yeah, I thank you for keeping an eye on that one. So, thank you. Ms. Cloninger, forgive me.
I will forgive you. I thank you, Ms. Thompson. I always enjoy you unwrapping this for me because, like with Becky, this, like with Becky and the budget, this is a totally different language to me. The legalese. I am with Will. I totally agree that, as we get into it a little further, certainly our trip up to Denver next week will be helpful as well. But I know that it will be more information down the road. But the 1066 one, I am all for transparency. I don't see any problem with that, but I just wonder a little bit like what Mr. Salt said about, who's in charge of all that. I do question the why, because it seems like if you want to know, go ask. It doesn't seem like it needs to be posted, but that's my opinion. And so I guess that's one that I would want to stay on top of and watch what happens to that, see if there's more information about that. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's just back to the transparency, having a place that our families can go to and see in real time exactly what their children are using in our classrooms and accessing, and just the tools. So it's I'm going to venture to guess though that probably changes by the day. So to think about updating that and keeping that updated and in compliance. When I read this, seems a little daunting, but I don't think it's undoable.
I agree. I think that that's something that's so, you can't say that, or I guess anybody reasonable wouldn't be able to say that transparency shouldn't be, kind of first and foremost, but I just think it seems taxing on districts, and I have always been able to know by asking or looking on Schoology or looking wherever what my kids are reading and seeing and studying. So I don't know. I guess it just seems not necessary, but whatever.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Thompson. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Resolution 141-22, approval of revisions to executive limitations policy 2.1, treatment of students. May I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, please. Ms. Cloninger, I'm going to give you a little bit different since she wasn't here. If you want to go first, you can. If you want somebody else to go first, that's fine too. What would you like to do?
I'll listen. I
Okay,
have
sounds good.
thoughts, but I'd like to hear.
Yep. Yeah, Mr. Temby.
Yeah, I've already read my statement. Just a final comment is I think a lot of people kind of zeroed in on one thing, which is it could be somewhat benign, but I don't know whether it's been vetted to the degree that it needs to. So it's my belief that this vote is premature, but I have said my piece about it. So.
Any other thoughts, Mr. Salt?
Thank you. I understand that there's some concern around this, specifically the implementation. And so I just wanted to reiterate the fact that the way that their board policy works is that we go through the interpretation phase of this with Mr. Gregory and his administration team. And so this is the first step in, actually this is like the third or the fourth step at this point in a very long process of actually working through the kinks of this and making sure that it represents our community and is a workable solution across the board.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Cloninger.
I just cannot even unpack what you just said, Aaron, and I mean that with as much respect as possible. I just have no idea what you're talking about, because the last time that I remember talking about this was in our work session. I mean, other than the previous board meeting, I know, but the last thing that I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember sitting in our work session. I said, I'm concerned with the language. Nicole agreed with me, and Will was, I think you were gone, but you were virtual or something, right? And we said, well, let's ask Miss Thompson to come down and clarify some of the legalities of it. And then she started down, and then we kind of called it off because we had such a long work session going on. And my understanding was that we were going to seek counsel. I have yet to be a part of any counsel except for what Ms. Thompson said in the last meeting. So if this has been vetted or it has been spoken of to council, I would like to know A, who, and B, what the outcome was, and C, why I wasn't invited to the table.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Ms. Cloninger, to answer your question, your recollection of that particular scenario is accurate and correct. I have had, I would say, at least 2 or 3 conversations with Ms. Thompson regarding this, which resulted in the change. One of the largest pushbacks that you and Mr. Timby and Ms. Cons had was specifically around the emergency care of students. As we have said, that is not the intent. We want to make sure that all of our students are safe, and if there's an emergency situation, by all means, they should have the care that's due them.
Can I say one thing? Sorry. My biggest concern was not the emergency. My biggest concern was medical advice and opinions, just for the record.
Thank you for the correction. We added language in there to ensure that emergency situations were taken out of the equation. We didn't want that to be a barrier to care for any of the students within our community.
Okay, but, and I apologize. I really am not trying to be in any way combative, and I really am not. I'm just trying to grasp what's going on here, because I appreciate that you have gone and talked to Ms. Thompson, but my understanding when we did not get her to come down to the room was that we would push it and kind of shelve it until we could all hear. I do not believe that it is one board member's job to go and have counsel. It should be the 5 of us in the same room with the same counsel. And I don't understand. I mean, fine, you changed the language, but it still didn't change the language that I had concern with. And I would have had a conversation with her if I had had the opportunity, but I didn't. And so my concern is that it's being proposed that it's a situation of whether or not we're giving parents rights. And because I'm against this, it doesn't mean I'm a parent. I don't want to slap my own hand. That makes no sense to me. But it does not make sense that we are still talking about something that personally, I don't feel like we have even, you say that we've had conversations with constituents. We 5 haven't vetted it to ourselves to the point that I thought we could even reconcile a vote or have one. I just don't understand. So help me understand that.
So I'm not 100. Are you asking why you weren't included in the conversation with Ms. Thompson?
Absolutely.
That was the conversation that I've had with her. We had one was in the board meeting right after our initial, right after we talked about it, the work session. I had another meeting scheduled with her and sat down and talked with her. It was a one-on-one conversation when I first came on to go through and speak with all the cabinet members. We already had that opportunity presented, and so we took the time to discuss this policy here. My understanding is that you have had access to this. If you had specific questions for Ms. Thompson, I don't understand what precluded you from being able to contact her and have those discussions on your own. There was nothing from that work session that I interpreted as the 5 of us need to sit down and have a conversation with Ms. Thompson. The conversation we had was, we have a couple concern points that we would like to run past her.
Okay, my understanding is different, and I would just say, Tina, I know that you are a part of that and could maybe pull minutes from that, but I would be very interested to know how we left it, because my understanding was that we were all going to talk to her. My point in this is there is still, to me, a knee-jerk reaction to this, and I don't understand why. It's not my, I shouldn't have to, as one board member, go and seek counsel on my own. We should collectively, as 5, where we're all getting the same information, because the thing is, number one, my understanding was that you guys had your executive conversations previous to our work session. Maybe that's not true, but that was my understanding. The second thing is that I, in the last meeting, heard Ms. Cons put Ms. Thompson on, you know, like ask her in the middle of the meeting and kind of put her on the spot to give us an answer of clarity, and the answer was no. So I don't understand why we feel like we have connected. I really am not trying to be lame about this. I just don't understand why you think that we have had the proper conversation.
So I'll go and ask you, in the spirit of debate here, do you have a counter motion that you would like to propose?
Yes, let's table it and talk about it another time after we've all been able to talk to the 5 of them.
Other thoughts?
I make a motion to table this and have a conversation in a work session or a further date where we can sit down together and talk about this.
Ms. Cons, you were going to say something. Ms. Cloninger, can we let Ms. Cons talk for a sec?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
So as I've expressed, you know, in our work session and last meeting, you know, I have that kind of legal mind. My husband says I'm a rule follower. And so just very, you know, I was concerned about, you know, bringing up how we can keep students safe and free from harm in our facilities. So I felt like this addendum to your original proposal covered a lot of that. And I did ask Mrs. Thompson, and she said the short answer was no, which, you know, I understand where you're coming from. As we heard, spoke about a little bit tonight, state federal law is always going to supersede a school board policy. And I'm glad for that, because, you know, I have been a mandatory reporter in my jobs with church and at the YMCA for 15, 20 years. And I've had to do that before when I've seen abuse. And so I absolutely support that any child suspected of that, the staff would be reporting that to authorities, not to the parents. We don't want any child in that situation. So that brings me comfort that those type of laws are in place to protect those particular situations that we're concerned about with the vague areas. A lot of people expressed, like Mrs. Cloninger is now, you know, people from a wide spectrum of beliefs, very valid that we look at the language. There are reasons for the vagueness. Again, that's what everyone is talking about. There's reasons to not limit us in any policy, in any situation. It also brings me some peace of mind that this board policy is wide for a reason, because our executive and our administration, as with any other policy, as with the 10 preceding points, it is their job to hash out the details. And that's what they do best because they're in the schools and they know. So those are, you know, concerns I'm still wrestling with.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you. I can't see you guys, so I can't tell if I've interrupted, sorry.
That's okay. I mean, Heather, you're welcome if you want to dialogue or.
I would actually,
Okay.
because number one, I am not talking at all about the conversation of being a mandatory reporter. That isn't even on the purview of what I'm talking about. I am talking about advice and opinions, and that is not vague. That is pigeonholing our teachers and our staff to certain things, especially in our SSN areas. I mean, here's my thing, and I just got the note from Mrs. Matson, and she sent it to all of us. The minutes from January 6th work session state Mr. Salt proposed a change to EL 2.1 to add an 11th provision. The Board of Education discussed the proposed changes and agreed to further discuss with Mrs. Thompson, General Counsel. That is where we left it, you guys. I don't understand it. I do not think that I am precluding a parental option. I think that this is anecdotal, and I think that we are going way too fast on something that is not necessary. That's my point. I move to table this so that we can have further discussion, not only with the 5 of us, but with Ms. Thompson and legal counsel that we said we would do. And we have heard from so many people tonight that I feel we need to be aware of what the constituents are saying, because we are not everyone is. I know we're not all going to agree, but we're not all in the position to we just don't understand enough about this. So I move that we table this for now.
Heather, in full disclosure, I apologize that I had a misinterpretation of where we left this. With that being said, I will second your motion to table for now.
Thank you.
Okay. I think since that's the most recent, I think then we now say, is there any other discussion? Did you, Mr. Aaron? Yes, on this topic. Okay, so Ms. Cloninger, would you just read, well, just say what you said so we're all clear about what your motion is.
I'm making a motion to table this vote until we can have further discussion, both with Mrs. Thompson and other community members that would have skin in this game.
Okay, just so now we're discussing. We had a motion and a second. My discussion is, this is not saying personally that I personally like this policy. I think it makes sense. I think it's reasonable. I don't think it's political. I don't think it's reactionary, but I also respect those that were here, and I understand that. So I get it. Anybody else want to discuss this, Mr. Temby?
My only other comment, again, is I think this is representative of the interest and wants of a small group of our parents. I absolutely 100% am in support of parental choice. I do not think this has been vetted, and I don't think we have the bandwidth as a group right now to make an intelligent decision without counsel speaking further.
Any further discussion? Ms. Cons.
So, I mean, as you've heard from my hesitancy, I'm glad it's just being put on hold for now because I want to feel better about the direction we're going with this policy. Overall, a lot of it is about transparency between district and parents. And again, it's in regards to advice and opinions, it is simply getting consent from the guardian of that child. And parents have primacy over their kids 100% of the time.
I totally agree, Nicole, but I'm grateful. I think that it's a big enough deal that it warrants conversation and counsel. So I also am not against parent control.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Cloninger?
Aye.
Ms. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. I think the other one, we just simply, it dies, if you will. I don't, there was a motion and a second, but I think, does anybody know Robert's rules very well? Mr. Gregory or Mr. Salt?
Since the motion was to table the motion that was on the table, it is
now tabled.
It is now tabled, and so we do not need to action on the previous item.
Okay, super. Thank you. All right, I got to figure out where I am here. Yes, debrief. Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? Okay, we are going to adjourn. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have a work session. And if you all want to stay, you can. Typically, nobody does, but that's fine. You can stay. And it's talking about revenue assumptions for the budget. This is the revenue. The next one is the expenditures. And we have a little couple minor, I'll say, secretarial things that we're going to talk about, but I think they're minor. So this meeting's adjourned.